We have the support of each DAOs, and that's something to be excited about. Yeah, thanks, I appreciate that. There's something to be excited about. A lot of great things coming. Uh, from my personal perspective, am I happy where we're at? No, but we're making progress, and that says a lot. So that's all we can do is keep making progress. So, like you said, big shout out to the community that started the Harmonized Ecosystem Roundup. There is a a space tomorrow at I believe it's the same time as this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Give me a thumbs up, Hog, if that's right.
I think it's a bit earlier. I think it's
You're right. 9:30.
2 hours
2:30.
earlier.
2:30.
2.5.
Yeah, 2:30 p.m. UTC. That's right. That makes sense. So, yeah, we got a lot to be thankful for. A lot to be. I think Hog might be on his desktop. He might be hearing the messages late. But yeah, we got a lot to be thankful for. A lot we're looking forward to. We have some events lined up today. As far as this is more like our participation thing. There's a reward. Before we move forward, we just want to give a big shout out to Tracker, Butthead, and all the participants within the Harmony community that are there serving it daily. The recovery team as well, who's behind the scenes constantly doing things that a lot of people don't see or really appreciate. But recovery is a big effort that is needed in this space, and we just got to give a respect where it's due. What do you think, Raj?
Absolutely. Yeah, those guys are really holding it down for the Harmonauts and the Harmonaut community. So, yeah, no, thank you, Tracker and Butthead, for all your Harmony community services. Really, yeah, holding it together. And then, so we do have a game show where people can win some of this legendary hog token. So we do need some. Yes. Oh, you are on point with these sound effects, man. So we are looking for some contestants. So if you are the game is going to be a Web3 trivia. So it's going to be just general Web3 questions. A little, they can get a little technical, but it's they're not super easy questions, but they're not like impossible questions. So I think it'll be a good challenging experience for the contestants. So yeah, if anyone is able, why don't you request the mic to come up and you can be a contestant in this game show. Hopefully we get more than one.
Yeah, definitely. We could also have answer any questions that need to be answered during the game show. If you guys have any questions, just more like we're trying to make this an interactive space, being the first space, trying to generate traffic, trying to generate interest. So anybody that wants to step up, we'd appreciate it. We got a request, it looks like. Hug. And who else do we have? Nobody? Nobody wants to step up? Well, it's going to be a pretty simple.
Infinite or Tolga? Maybe something?
Yeah, I don't know who that is behind the recovery screen. It might be Hound, might be.
That's me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Never mind. Tolga stepping up to the plate. Awesome.
Awesome. Oh, I see Megalodon's in here. Megalodon, do you want to? I know Megalodon wants to be part of this trivia contest. Come on, Megalodon.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure anybody can beat Megalodon.
That's true. He may just like completely dominate. I don't know.
Yeah, we might have to actually step him back down, dude. It's an unfair advantage you got, bro.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Who are you talking about, Affirmation?
You say you're too much of a threat in this. It's like it's not. It's it's an unfair advantage for you. You know too much.
Right. Well, first of all, I'm on my break, okay, so I can't stay too long. So
Appreciate you stepping up though.
I'm gonna send you my wallet address, and you can send me the $500 in hog. Okay. But that wasn't the reason why I came up. The reason why I came up is I can't believe that the Harmony community now is doing space. So round of applause if anyone has an iPhone, please. Thank you. Come on.
Definitely, man. We appreciate it, Megalodon. You can feel free to just listen in. I understand if you're on your break, you may not be able to participate, but you're more than welcome to as well.
I can participate because in true community DAO space, we now have to move to the next segment, which is where people come up and say, "Why is the community DAO not doing this? They should be doing this. Why don't they do that?" Has that happened yet? Or looks like we've got a nice crowd in here actually, some decent people.
Yeah.
We've changed our style, Megalodon. It's if someone has ideas, then they're putting them forward.
Yeah, I think the best way is that's a really good idea. Run for governor and make it happen.
Definitely.
I can say that now because I'm not a governor. So
nice.
It's all good. It's all good. Tell me about this space and what's going on.
Well, so we gave a little. Oh, you go ahead, Raj, if you want to. I'm sorry, Raj.
My bad. No, you were all right. But okay, so basically we're gonna have a little game show, and let me just go through the rules real fast. So I prepared 25 questions to ask, and Affirmation and I will be asking the questions. And the idea is if you know the answer, you can raise your hand. And once you raise your hand, I'm going to be paying attention, and I'm going to stop asking the question. And the first person to raise their hand will answer the question. We'll call them out and they can answer. If they get it right, then they get +1 points. If they get it wrong, they get -1 points.
Are you doing this now?
Yeah, we're about to get into this.
Cool, let's go. Break time. Come on.
Right, awesome. And so let me just finish. If the first person to answer is wrong, the next person to raise their hand goes up. If nobody else has an answer and the question has been fully read out, no more points are scored or lost, and the host can give the answer with an explanation. So the person with the most points wins. Awards may be given to anyone who participates. So there's possibility for anyone who participates to get an award. We haven't really figured that out yet, but whoever does the most is going to get 500 hog. So let's go. Awesome. And this is meant to be like educational discussion as well. So after each question, we can kind of get into it and explain it a little bit. So awesome. Affirmation, did you want to do the first question, or what do you think?
Yeah, I can do the first question. So keep in mind, when I'm reading these questions, Raj is the genius behind them. I have no idea what the questions are myself. So Raj is the technical guru. So we'll just go ahead and get started. Okay.
Like a blind study, blind questions.
A flying question. Here we go. We'll accept. We should do it like a Jeopardy style sometime. But what is the concept of oracles used for in blockchain technology? All right. So before we go forward on this is a multiple choice. We got to figure out how we actually determine who's the first person to put their hands up.
Exactly.
Gotcha. All right, Meg. Oh shit, Toga.
Toga, he's already on it. Toga, we didn't even say the options yet. The rules of the game is we stop asking the question, then Tolga puts in his answer. Or that was a test. Tolga, do you really want to answer right now, or do you want us to read out the options?
Yeah, after options. Okay, sorry.
What about Meg?
Right, all right, sounds good.
Meg, you want to answer the question for real?
I'll answer you.
All right, what is it? What is the concept of oracles used for in blockchain technology?
Well, blockchain oracles are entities that connect blockchains to external systems, thereby enabling smart contracts
Damn.
to execute based upon inputs and outputs from the real world.
That is an acceptable answer.
Ding, ding. Wow.
Hey, where are you reading that from, Meg?
Oh, I love it, man. Here we go. All right. So let's try this again. So what we're gonna do
Oh,
is
I have my hand up. You asked me a question. You asked us a question. You said, "Where am I reading that from?" I had my hand up first. I'm
no, that's
reading
not a test question.
Oh, okay.
dang, he thought that was another question for the 500 hog. All right. So we got Meg down for 1. Somebody keep track of this. Who's keeping track of the score?
Yeah, I'm keeping track. I'm keeping track.
All right, Raj is keeping track. All right. So, dang, Meg's already got his hand up. What's the answer, Meg? Just playing.
No, it was stuck from before.
Gotcha. All right.
I can't get rid of it now.
No, it's
Oh,
down.
no.
I'm gonna leave my mic open,
Oh, it's down.
and then
It's
the
down.
hand won't go up. Okay.
It's down. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna read we're gonna read the question, and then we'll just continue how we did it. If you raise your hand, and you can answer it before we give the multiple choice answers, you're good to go. All right, which of these is a popular standard for fungible tokens on the Ethereum blockchain? So, oh shoot, Tolga.
Looked like Tolga.
Tolga,
Tolga
here
got
goes the
that.
answer.
721 and 1155.
Ooh.
That's
Sorry,
I
Tolga.
think that's actually non-fungible that you're referring to.
Yes, you said non-fungible.
No, I said fungible.
Fungible.
And this is a recorded space, so you can go back and listen.
Okay.
What is the standard for fungible tokens? That was Raj did a good job. All right, go ahead. Who I think Hog was up first, man.
Yeah, it was infinite, but he put his hand down.
What is the ERC-20?
Ooh, boom, 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 ding, 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 ding.
Ding,
Here
ding,
we
ding.
go. There you go. Very good job, Hog. I don't know. Meg's got to run for his money right now. That's all right. If Hog wins, Hog's just gonna donate Hog to somewhere else. Who knows?
You know this. I got to get in it. I got to get in it to win it and give him away again. I got to get the most out of our hog, you know?
Definitely. We're getting participation, which is great. So yeah, Raj, that was a pretty tricky way of verbalizing it. You said fungible tokens, and
Right.
we almost never call them
ChatGPT, man.
We almost never call them that. We call them just tokens, and then we have non-fungible tokens. But good.
Raj,
Right.
was your last job a government job or something? Where did it like the DMV?
Yeah. Nice.
Nah.
Nice. Looks like Tolga left. They were a little upset. Sorry about that.
No, Tolga.
Tolga left. All right. So we'll go to the third question. Third question is, what is ZK SNARKs an acronym for? So A, zero knowledge, succinct, non-interactive argument of. Oh, here we go. Go ahead, Meg.
I was going to say zero knowledge proof.
Well, that's not an answer. So, all right.
Sorry, that's going to be a -1, Megalodon.
Yeah, you lost it, Meg. You it's a -1 for you now, man. You know.
That's okay because I don't have time to finish anyway.
All right. So B, zoned key secured network architecture of random keys. C, zero kernel secure network authentication regional keys. Or D, zipper keying supernode array of registered knowledge. And Infinite has his hand up. Go ahead.
B.
Nah, I'm sorry, that's wrong too.
No.
So we're gonna go ahead and say nobody got this answer right. The answer actually is A, zero knowledge, succinct, non-interactive argument of knowledge. Yeah, that's just, I can't believe that's an actual acronym, and we actually use that.
And maybe I can break that down a little. So
that's really the point.
Sorry, Megalodon?
Do I still lose a point?
Yeah, you lost a point. I'm sorry, man. So right now, Hog is in the lead with one. Megalodon has 0. Infinite and Tolga both have -1.
Absolutely. Yeah.
If Tolga comes back, hopefully you can continue that.
Definitely.
But the zero knowledge is let me just break that zero knowledge distinct non-interactive argument of knowledge. So the zero knowledge is like you don't know information. Distinct means it's short, it's not like super long. And then non-interactive means you're not going back and forth checking stuff between two parties. It's just like a one-time thing. So you don't have to do back and forth stuff. And argument of knowledge. So that's just saying you're arguing that you do know this thing. So it's kind of like the definition is kind of in there. It's just very, you know, they made it very technical.
Yeah, that kind of hurt my head explaining it, man. I'm just a simple jack, I guess.
No, yeah, Infinite. Yeah, what's up? Did you have a question?
Yeah, me too. Right up until the argument of knowledge argument. How does that work? I mean, how does that? I mean, I understand proof of stake. I understand zero knowledge. I mean, I understand everything. But that gets me.
It basically uses elliptic curve cryptography, ECC. That's actually one of the other questions you'll, or in part of one of the other questions. But they're basically like they use these curves, and they can like, if you're on one point of the curve, you can like multiply by some number and then get a bigger number that's also on the curve. But then, and so if you're on the curve, then you can prove that you know what was like at the original point of the curve, not at the point that you've like said that you've exposed to the world. That's like, it's kind of like it kind of encrypts the information by like hiding it behind really big numbers and stuff like that. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. It's kind of like almost vectorizing a database in a funny kind of way, charting it in a graph and defining it by formulas.
Somebody promote that,
something like that. I don't know enough about elliptic curve cryptography, but yeah.
Well, I'm glad you understood it, Infinite Orbiter, because I'm still lost. Hog, what do you got?
Two things. First, welcome, Wells. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're playing a contest. I think I have the most points with 1, so definitely have plenty of time to play, and you're like 2 points ahead of Meg and Infinite, I think. Second is the ZK thing that we're talking about. Is Fedora an example of that?
Yeah, so Fedora uses like part of their infrastructure is designed to use zero knowledge proofs. To be honest, I haven't figured out how to apply that myself, but I'm working on it. Zero knowledge proof stuff can be kind of confusing though. Like speaking to affirmation, it's not just you, man.
Just for the record, I'm in second place with 0 points.
Yes, sir. All right, cool. Should we are we ready for the next question?
Definitely.
Could you maybe reset to see if Wells wants to come up? Say exactly what you're doing, maybe, please.
All right.
Wells, if you want to come up, let me just yeah, so we're doing a game trivia, Web3 trivia. So we're just asking Web3 questions. We'll basically ask the question and you raise your hand if you think you know the answer. Once you raise your hand, we're gonna stop asking the question, and then we're gonna have you answer. If you get it right, you get +1. If you get it wrong, you get -1. And if you don't answer, your score just will stay the same. So yeah, if you're interested, it could be fun. Come on up and we'll get you going with some get the questions going for you.
And it's multiple choice.
Multiple choice.
Yeah, we try to
Unless
make
you
it
know
as-
the answer, but if you don't know the answer, then you get minus, right?
Yeah, if you raise your hand and you get it wrong, you get minus.
Are we ready? Are we ready to move forward? Wells, are you stepping up or are you staying down in the passenger seat and observing at the moment?
I've
No
got time
pressure.
for one more question if you want to go.
All right, here we go. Another question. All right, so here we are. The fourth question. What is it? Uh-oh. I get a feeling that somebody's going to raise their hand immediately. Infinite Orbiter. got his
Oh,
hand.
and
Megalodon knows.
oh no.
Okay. That was definitely not the right answer, but that's fine. Wells, what is it? Go ahead, Wells.
Is it the Ethereum virtual machine?
Ding ding ding.
Hold on, let me get the sound effects here.
I couldn't figure out how to raise my hand. I didn't know what I was doing.
Great
Oh man,
work,
Affirmation's
great work.
killing it with the sound effects.
We're tied up. Game on.
All right, Raj, read the next one.
Okay, guys.
All right, for the next
just quickly,
one.
if you don't mind.
Oh.
As much as I would love to stay and finish the game show, I've got to go back to work. So great space, everybody, and best of luck to everyone who participates. You'll probably still be going by the time I finish in 2 hours. So, speak to you all later. Bye-bye
Love
now.
you, Meg. Love you, Meg.
All
Miss
right,
ya.
see you, Meg. Thanks for coming through, man. If you want to come back up, your points will be. I'll keep them in the system.
Well, keep them in the system anyway, because I might still win with 0.
Very true. All right, so let's do the next question. So for question number 5, what is the main role of a validator in a proof of stake blockchain? 1, A, to mine new tokens. B, to validate and add new transactions to the block. C, to serve as backup for nodes. D, to create new smart contracts. All right, Hog, we got one.
B.
Woo! You got it.
Woohoo! Big two,
Yep,
big
that's
two.
right. So in the proof of stake blockchain, the validator is going to be validating and adding new transactions to the blocks. So for the next question, question 6, which protocol allows for the creation of decentralized stablecoins? A, Lightning Network. B, MakerDAO. C, Tor. D, BitSwap.
I know, estoy perdido, no puedo tomarme la
Dude, you get an A+. I saw Infinite Orbit's hand go up, but now it's down. Not sure if that will count. Infinite, do you? Oh, yeah, I did see it up. Okay.
Okay, I'll
what's your-
chance another negative here, but I'm MakerDAO rings a bell.
Ding, ding, ding. Great job, Infinite.
You lucky.
Back to -1. And then, all right, great job. And then, Wells, if you could put your hand down, unless you want to answer.
Yeah,
There we go. Okay. What does the term gas refer to in the Ethereum network? A, the speed of processing a transaction. B, the cost required to perform a transaction or execute a smart contract. C, Hog, we got you.
B.
Yes, B.
Oh my god.
Into it.
I'll settle down.
All right, that's 3 points for Hog. Hog is the person to beat right now.
Let's hear it for Atari of sound effects.
Right. So for the next question, question 8. Which cryptographic algorithm does Bitcoin use? A. SHA-256. B. SHA-512. C. ECC. D. MD5. And we got, wait, did I mute myself for that? We got Wells, go for it.
Whoops, forgot to unmute. Is it ECC?
No, I'm sorry, Wells. It's not ECC.
Oh no!
That's for zero knowledge proofs, actually, and other stuff. No. Anyone else? All right, I think that's all the answers we have. Last chance. Okay, it's gonna be SHA-256. A is the answer. That's just something that needs to be memorized. So yeah, SHA-256 is one of the more stable and reliable cryptographic algorithms, and it basically does a bunch of number jumbling to come up with to take any input and output 256 bits of output 256 bits, and it'll do that for any sort of input, and you can't go backwards. So you can't go from the output to the input. You can only go from input to output. It's a one-way cryptography kind of thing. All right, and for the next one, yes,
I vote PSANS Academy gets a point for creating the questions.
Right, I mean, I won't argue against getting a point here. PSANS 1. All right, I'll take 1. I'll take 1 for that. All right, so for question number 9, what is the Byzantine generals problem? A scalability issue related to the size of the blockchain. B, a consensus issue in decentralized systems. C, a security flaw that allows double spending. D, a bug that crashes blockchain nodes. This one's a little tricky. Well, I saw a wave, but is that oh, infinite, we got you.
I think it's a scaling problem.
Yes. Ding ding ding. Excellent. Oh, actually, but that's not the answer. It's gonna be
come on.
I know it's a consensus issue. So the Byzantine generals problem is basically the visual setup for it is you have a castle and 2 armies on either side of the castle that need to coordinate on when to invade, but the armies don't necessarily trust each other. So this is the issue with decentralized systems. So that's why we have a blockchain, so everyone can agree to a certain state of the blockchain, and so it kind of puts everyone on the same page. So it's a consensus thing.
Remove your point.
Sorry, Butthead?
Remove your point. Get an infinite orbiter all excited that he won, and then he pulled the rug out. Your rug pulled his answer.
Yep.
-1 for PSANS. Rug pulling infinite on his answer.
Take it away.
I wanted him to get it right so bad. Right. Are we good with that? Do we kind of see how it's a consensus thing and not a scalability thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're trying to coordinate on how to attack a castle. So, I mean, scale is kind of like, I mean, that's important, but it's really the consensus that's key. Because the thing is, we don't have enough soldiers to take it on at once, so we have to work as a team. So we have to agree.
could you possibly, just for the sake of clarity, just go through the question and answer just real quick, please?
Yes, the Byzantine one.
Yeah, the last one we were on here.
What is the Byzantine general's problem? A scalability issue related to the size of the blockchain?
No, we don't need
consensus issue?
we don't need the answer. Just if you can read the question and the answer, that'd be tits. Because you already lost your point. We're moving on.
What is the Byzantine general's problem? A consensus issue in decentralized systems. So that's for the next question. What is
Hold on, before we get into the next question, I'm just reminded of when we went through this course with Raj's nephew. He actually taught us this, so just keep that in mind.
Nice.
All right, so for the next question, what is the Merkle tree mainly used for in the blockchain? A, data storage optimization. B, generating random numbers. C, ensuring user anonymity. D, verifying data integrity. Merkle tree. And I think this was also part of Adam's course, if you can think back to the Merkle tree. Yeah. Hog.
I might lose my point, but generating random numbers.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Can't it be used to generate random numbers? I mean, it's a storage filing mechanism, isn't it?
Well, no. Generating random numbers is pretty difficult. But Merkle trees aren't for that. No.
But as a storage system, as a sort of a filing system.
It's, in a way, I guess it's kind of like a filing system. So what it's doing is the Merkle tree takes each transaction, every single transaction, and makes a hash from it, the transaction hash, right? We all get the transaction hash. And then each transaction hash is hashed. So you will take two transaction hashes and you'll hash them together. And you'll take another two and you'll hash them together. And you'll do that in order of the transactions. And then you'll keep hashing these hashes together over and over until you get to one hash. And that's going to be the Merkle root. And you can use the Merkle root to verify that nothing has changed in any of the data that you have copied or that's there. And yeah. So it basically verifies data integrity. So that's going to be D.
Yeah, it takes it back to the main point.
Yes, yeah. So it's using that SHA-256 cryptographic algorithm, and it's basically verifying the data integrity by using SHA-256 layers.
I got it.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of more of a fan of the layer 54.
Layer 54?
Yeah, I just made that up. I had no idea what you were talking about.
So it's a lot easier to visualize than to explain in words, but yeah. It's good to know. It's like that's basically how we make sure that nothing changes on the blockchain, though. Like if someone changes a transaction, that Merkle root is going to be different, and then you know it's going to be invalid. All right. So for the next question, what is a nonce in the context of a blockchain? A, number used once. B, new online network connection environment. C, node of new chain environment. D, non-compliance notice. And if you, I don't know if any of you guys have used the multi-sig, but there's nonces on there. And I don't know if that could give you a hint on, infinite orbit. You want to take a gander at
I'm
it?
going to go -3 or -4 on non-compliance.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Oh!
I'm sorry. That's going to be another -1. Any other takers?
Hey, if you get -6, you're gonna owe us 500, dog.
No. There's no way to owe us money in this game show. That'd be crazy. Okay, I think that's no one is gonna go for it. So it's gonna be A, number used once. And it's kind of in the spelling of nonce and once. So basically what it does is it keeps track of transactions so that only one transaction will go through and you don't have like multiple transactions for one kind of thing. So in the context of like the multi-sig, for instance, we've kind of been using it, and when a transaction doesn't like gets messed up or something, it'll say, oh, replace this transaction with another transaction with the same nonce. And so when you do that, you're putting in a transaction, subbing it out for the transaction that's like not working or whatever.
I actually understood that. I actually understood that.
That it's non-compliant.
Me too.
That it's non-compliant.
Yay.
Yes, that it's non-compliant. It doesn't get through.
Well, I mean, the nonce isn't necessarily, it doesn't really care about compliance. It just knows that everyone gets like one. It's just one number ascending. So, it's just counting 1, 2, 3, 4. And every number is only used once. Cool. Yes, Hog.
Sorry, I had a brain fart. I just wanted to know if we could do a quick reset. I saw we have some new people in here. Welcome, Ray.
Ray, yes, welcome, man. So we are doing a game show, Web3 trivia game show. So if you're interested, you can hop on and start scoring some points. We're not doing great over here. We have 0 points for Megalodon, who is not in here anymore. Hog is in first place with 2 points. Infinite is -3 right now. Tolga is -2, and Wells is at +1 right now. So if you wanted to hop on, I mean, you'd be plenty competitive in this game show. And actually, that's kind of cool how this point system works, because now people, it kind of makes it so people can kind of hop on as needed. Hey, Ray, welcome, man.
Hey, guys, driving along. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Sweet. All right, I'll follow along.
Awesome. And so basically, after when I'm asking the question, you raise your hand, and if you know the answer, and if once you raise your hand, we're going to stop like saying stuff and ask you what the answer is. And if you don't get it right, you get -1. If you get it right, you get +1. And
if you know the answer before, and if you know the answer before the multiple choice, you can still raise your hand. Just keep in mind, you're in jeopardy of +1 or -1.
All right. So for the next question, question 12. What does the Rinkeby testnet primarily use as its consensus algorithm? Now, this is a hard one. I didn't even know this one. So if anyone gets this, I'll be very impressed. The options are proof of work, A, B, delegated proof of stake, C, proof of authority, D, Byzantine fault tolerance. All right, we got a infinite orbit.
Going for the big -4. But as it's a fairly new chain, so I would say it's not Byzantine. It's got to be the previous one. You said
the proof of authority one?
Yes. Or no, but yes, no, because it's -1, but yes.
All right, ding, 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 you got it, yay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yes,
What?
off of a pure guess. We'll take it. Yes, no, that's right. It's going to be proof of authority. And I wasn't actually sure what proof of authority was exactly, but basically it's like proof of stake, but slightly modified so that your reputation in the network like kind of has an effect as well. So for the testnet, I think the Ethereum Foundation, the validators with the Ethereum Foundation have that sort of reputation and authority to like validate blocks. I think.
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite things about the Rinkeby testnet, the proof of authority thing. You know, big fan of it.
Yeah, totally. All right. So for 13, what is the function of the Whisper protocol in Ethereum? A, peer-to-peer messaging. B, file storage. C, smart contract deployment. D, decentralized exchanges. The Whisper. Yes, Infinite.
Microphone. Chat. Messaging service. Minus.
Peer-to-peer messaging. A, correct. That is correct. Yes,
Yeah.
making our way out of the hole we dug ourselves.
Double up, double up.
Nice.
Heck yeah. All right, Affirmation, did you want to ask some more of the questions, or did you want me to keep going?
I can ask some questions. I'm pretty
right.
much, I thought of all these questions myself, so I'm pretty knowledgeable on blockchain in general. So if you guys got any questions, I'll direct you to Raj. All right, so here we are. Question number. Hold on, which one is it? Question number 14, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What does IPFS stand for? And if you have one of them sexual acronyms, don't say it. It has nothing to do with that, all right? So is it Internet Public File System? Interplanetary File System? Wells has his hand up. Go ahead, Wells.
It's the second one you read, the interplanetary.
Wow.
Nailed it.
How many points does Wells have?
Stretch it out, okay?
Wells is at 2 points. He's tied with Hog now. It's neck to neck.
Okay, that's crazy because he's only been here for like 3 questions. He's only been here for 3 questions, and he's tied with Hog for 2. There we go. All right, Wells, good job, man. You know, I'm a big fan of the interplanetary file system myself. I use it frequently. So, 15. Question number 15 is: which language is most commonly used to write Ethereum smart contracts? Is it A, JavaScript? Hog has his hand up. Go ahead, Hog.
Solidity.
Boom!
Oh, the no choice answer.
Wow.
Look at that.
Oh no.
Wow.
No, you nailed it. You nailed it.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. I was like, I thought I knew it. All right, awesome, great.
Before being read the choices.
Yeah, and I'm not even dev of any sort, but I have talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, we've actually talked about this a little bit. Me and Butthead, we were writing code the other day, and we were just writing in Solidity. So that's why we knew that one.
That's our proof of secret network.
Yep. All right, man. Hog is up on you now, Wells. Infinite Orbiter, you need to step your game up. Ray, we need you there. We need you to come in here. So, Raj, just give us a recap what the score is. Who's got what right now?
All right. So right now we have Megalodon at 0. Actually, I mean, I'm probably not gonna continue unless he comes back. We got Hog at 3. We got Infinite at -1.
Ooh,
we got Tolga at -2, and Wells at +2.
Nice.
We lost Tolga too.
About Ray, I thought Ray got one in there, right? What does Ray have?
I don't think Ray got one yet, did he?
Yeah, I thought he did, or maybe he didn't. I don't know.
Ray, did you get one that I missed?
No, I didn't get any.
Gotcha.
Okay. We're working on Ray.
All right. So we're gonna do question number 16, and we're getting down to the end here.
You know what? I'm not 100% sure on question 16. Let's just skip that one.
All right. Gotcha.
Because I thought the answer was B, but now it says C. So I don't know. I'm confused on that. So
yeah, I totally agree with you on that. All right. So question number 17 is, what is the purpose of a decentralized exchange? All right. Number A, to provide user privacy by not requiring an email. B, to allow trade. Infinite. Go ahead.
I'm just going to be horrible.
Man,
and I'm going to say to make money. That's what most of the DeFi exchanges do, and they make a lot of it as well.
Minus.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. I think it's going to be a minus. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. It's probably arbitrary, but for argument's
It is
sake,
a little arbitrary.
For argument's sake, the described purpose is actually. All right, we want to keep going before we give this? Yeah, let's keep going before we give this. I'll start again. A, provide user privacy by not requiring an email. B, to allow trading directly from wallet to wallet. C, to enable Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
I'm going to say to be able to trade in a decentralized way. I didn't hear that yet. So is that it?
Minus.
Sorry, Ray.
I should have
thought you were
listened
gonna get it.
Should have listened to more. Yep.
Good job, though. Good. I like the enthusiasm.
Yes.
All right.
A for effort, but not a number.
Gotcha. All right. C was to enable high frequency trading, or D, to offer trading discounts on centralized tokens. Go ahead.
Gonna go with B, and even one further would be to interact with the smart contract, so there's not a peer-to-peer that people don't have anything to do with it.
I'm being overachiever with the extra credit. All right.
Hey, Lee. Yeah, the question's over, Lee. Sorry, man.
I was
What's up?
Lee, did you have something else?
Go ahead.
Provide high frequency trading from which to make lots of profit.
Well, I think that's something that's lacking in the DEX world.
That's not just decentralized. That's regular traditional finance as well.
Mm-hmm.
Decentralized means that decentralized means there doesn't need to be a human to interact with it. It just interacts with the smart contract wall to wall.
Yeah.
The thing is, the charges are fairly similar, and that's what gets me.
Yeah, that's an interesting and valid point. Obviously, there's a lot of pluses and minuses for using a SEX versus a DEX, and on both ends. But yeah, I agree with you.
Hey, just for messing with the rules and everything. If Hog happens to win, I'm gonna split the profits with the top two after me.
Nice. I don't know, man. The top two after you are like -1 or something like that.
That's beside the point.
Yep. No, man. Honestly, it's all about the participation. We're just trying to get people to participate in the space. We'll probably be doing these a little more often. Wells, Ray, thank you guys for stepping up and showing up, and you're more than welcome to, DM any of us or participate in the DAO. So,
hey,
okay.
I just wanted to shout out real quick to you guys, man. For 2 years later, you guys are in the space here. Way back to the days of minting and Harmonauts and all that stuff. Super glad to see you guys are still around and doing some stuff. It's cool.
Definitely, bro. Definitely, man. Thank you.
Awesome, Ray. Thanks for showing up. I don't know if we're gonna try to do this like once a month or something like that.
Yeah, I think we're gonna try and make it bigger and bigger.
Nice. I followed a couple of you guys, so I'll try to watch out for it.
Definitely. I mean, So if you guys can, follow Hog, follow Harmonized DAO. They're in there. The information is usually conveyed through those accounts. So you can almost get any information from the Harmony Community DAO, the Harmonized DAO from there. And yeah, thank you guys for being here. All right. So let's get on to number 18. Who's ready? Everybody ready? Thumbs up, something, anything? All right, Ray. Well, okay, there you go. There you go. There's a thumbs up. Gotcha. All right, number 18. What does a DAO's treasury primarily manage? I don't know if I like this question, but we're gonna go with it anyway. All right. A, is it community members, personal assets? B, government bonds. C, collective funds for the DAO's operations and projects. Oh, uh-oh. Well, it was between
Wells. Shit. I don't know who was first.
It was between Wells and Infinite Orbiter.
Yeah, Wells and Infinite.
I think Wells beat
I'm assuming
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Wells. What do you got? Wells, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. It's the last one you read about the collective. I can't remember how it was worded.
You had it right. It's all good. You're 100% right. Okay, give this man a point. Where's he at now? Is he at 0 now, or is he at 1, or what is he at?
Oh no, Wells is doing good. He's at 3, 1 behind Hog.
Shoot. Oh shoot!
Game on, game on.
Game on,
baby.
And, Wells is trying to get the whole bag. You don't want half the bag. Got you.
More Hog,
right.
more better. More better, more Hog, more better.
Definitely. Just before we move on, how you guys liking this? Is there anything you guys would like to see differently, or just question about that?
Can I request a beautiful women French accent?
Ooh, I think that might be offensive to some people. We could try it. Anybody have anything? Wells, Ray, you guys, anything you'd like to see? Is it space going well?
Nope, I like it. Like Ray said, I appreciate you guys. And Ray and I were there at mint time, and just appreciate you guys still being around and doing this.
Definitely, man. Appreciate you as well.
Hey, fantastic, too. And after we end this, maybe we could do a little roundup or something if you guys are hanging out.
Cool.
Yeah, 100%. I'm driving along for another hour or so here in traffic and stuff, so I got a little bit of time, so definitely love to chat.
Definitely. All right, so let's get through the questions. We got, I think, six more roughly. So it's still anybody's game at this moment, but it looks like Infinite Orbiter might have to get every one of them right, win every question to win.
You can do it.
Or Hog could get 3 questions right, and I don't know, or 3 questions wrong, and Infinite Orbiter could beat that. I don't know where we're at. Raj is keeping track, and I'm just going to go through with question number 19. Which of these tokens is a governance token? I actually knew this answer without reading it. All right. Is it USDZ? Is it AAVE or AVE? Is it BAT or BAT? Or is it BNB? Hog. Hog was the first one. Sorry, Ray.
B.
That is correct.
Got it.
Let's go. I only know that because I'm a Harmony dude.
That is 100% right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ave was in Harmony.
That is right. Did we have that recovery issues with that one still, don't we? Anyway, all right. So this next one's really simple, so I hope you guys are ready for it, all right? I can do this not even thinking about it. All right, what is the quadratic voting often used in DAOs? All right, you guys gonna raise your hand or no? Or you want me to go through these? I actually gotta go through these. Wow, you guys gotta read more, man. All right, A, is it allocating resources based on the square root of votes? Is it B, prioritizing proposals based on economic impact? Is it C, allowing individuals to express varying strengths of preference? Or is it D, calculating the weighted average of all votes? Oh, Wells, go ahead.
All right, this is a guess. I'm trying to remember what order you read them in. I think it is. I think it was C.
All right, C is that the
I know what it is, but can you read me C?
all right, is it C? The C was allowing individuals to express varying strengths of preference. That's
Yes,
it?
I'm gonna go with C.
Wow.
Is it?
Yeah, actually, you're gonna be surprised. I actually knew nothing about this, but the fact that you got it right, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, B would be really cool.
I mean, I'm a fan of B too, but just the letter, you know. So
I wonder what it is, what voting process it would be for B.
maybe the
Anyway,
triadic voting. I don't know.
I forgot what the question was. Sorry, guys.
Oh, yeah. So it's a real simple one. Like I said, what is quadratic voting often used for in DAOs? Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't know.
Yep. I believe me. I just read it and I have the answer, and I still don't get it.
well, basically, so it allows you to say, this is my like top option, but if that doesn't work out, these are my other like options. So if your top option doesn't, the idea is to make it like more balanced in preferences. So if people's top choice doesn't make it, then it's not like a terrible second choice that like a lot of people hate. Maybe it's something that more people agree on is the idea.
Oh, now I get it, bro. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate that.
I don't know if that was a good explanation. Infinite, what's up?
Excuse me. It was a perfect explanation. The only thing I wanted to add is that I've seen this in motion, and the unfortunate result, time after time, has been mediocrity. I don't know how else to explain it. What happens is you get something going through that nobody disagrees with strongly enough to stand up and argue against, but nobody's really happy with, and ends up being, I mean, quality is a very difficult thing to define, and there have been many books written about quality, but low quality. That's what.
No, I mean that's a good analysis. Yeah, usually people's preference. I don't know how to put it. We all have different thought processes with DAOs and how they should work, and we're all trying to collectively figure this decentralized movement out. And sometimes, the overwhelming opinion of the majority isn't the best thing. You know what I mean?
The result is that you don't end up getting single vote from a single person. You end up getting a whole lot of averages, which just come out to an average response. And the reality of functioning in today's world is that you need quite a lot more than just an average response. And that is, you just do the maths. It doesn't matter how you calculate it. You give it 5 points for the first choice, 3 points for the second choice, and 1 point for the third choice. It really doesn't matter.
Interesting. Hog.
Yeah, that's actually, I don't know if I'm on the same point here, but that's actually when I got more bullish about Hog Token and the Harmonauts DAO, is whenever we had our first official governance vote and the elections were coming in to have more people to make it more official. So it's more, decentralized than it had been. So I appreciate the DAO and the power of the DAO. I know it takes a little bit longer, but it's great to get a voice from the community and get more perspective.
Raj, you're the host, man.
Yeah, no. Infinite. I love your points. I just wanted to push back on it actually, and I was wondering, and maybe we could discuss it later after the contest. But have you heard of like the cow weight guessing phenomenon, or like the idea of like group guessing or something like that. There was like a pretty cool podcast on it, and how like people would guess the size of the cow, and even though everyone was pretty much wrong, averaging them out got within like a very close, accurate estimate of the cow's weight, more accurate than like a single professional could estimate, which was kind of interesting.
The thing is, we're not talking about estimating weights, and I can believe that through a consensus. Yes, you are going to arrive at something very, very close. But what we're talking about here is we're talking about decisions, fundamental decisions, and in many cases, financial decisions. But forget the finance. We're talking about actionable decisions. And when you start talking about actionable decisions, things that are of high quality or low quality, or more effective or less effective, then a different set of dynamics come into play.
I could hear you. I hear you. Okay, let me just push back against that one more time, and then we'll move on. So my example of this whole group thing, voting thing, is like cooking a steak. So that's an action item, right? You're cooking a steak, and then people are saying, "Oh, we should take it off now. Take it off now. Take it off." And then when the most people agree, okay, I think now's the time, then you take it off. You get a perfectly cooked steak. I don't know. That's just like one like example of maybe an action.
You get a steak that the majority likes.
The thing is, you're taking this all starts before the steak. This starts with, what are we going to cook? And then after that, how are we going to cook it? And then after that, how do you want it done? Now, maybe at the third level, at the third tier, this is a perfectly valid mechanism and comes out with good results, for lack of a better word, with positive results. But when deciding what to cook and how to cook it, this is where my doubt lies.
Well, it really brings out the inefficiency of the DAO at that point too. I mean, when you have to make multiple decisions and one relies on the next one, it's just because you're having to get the group of people together, then get them to participate in a vote, and then move on to the next agenda. It's really difficult.
Indeed.
Great. Yeah, no, that was a very great caveated thought right there. Thanks. Yeah, great.
Yeah, it was good conversation to go along with the simple questions that I created off the top of my head that none of you can get right except me. All right, you guys ready to move forward?
What is your score anyway?
Mine? Oh, I don't even know. I stopped keeping track of them because I was just answering them. All right, you guys ready for question number 19? So question number 19.
Yeah, let's do it.
If I looked at it, let's go with a little recap. Hog is at 5, Infinite is at -2, Ray is at -1, and Wells is at 4. So we got a little standoff here. All right, so question number 19 is... no,
I think we're at 21 now.
21. Question number 21 is, what are wrapped tokens generally used for? Is it A, encryption, B, cross-chain compatibility? Oh, Ray was up.
Cross-chain compatibility.
Oh, man.
Boom.
The sound effects isn't working anymore. Otherwise, I'd give you a round of applause, a scream, and maybe a toilet flush, too.
There we go. Thank you.
In the game.
You're in the game, Ray. Congratulations, man. And appreciate your participation, all jokes aside. Glad you guys showed up, man. This is our first of the Harmonauts, we call the H2 Super Space, so hopefully we can, interact a lot more. So moving forward, question number 22 is, what is a Sybil attack? I was going to make sure if anybody raised their hands. So I know this actually. So an attack that overloads a network with data, that is A. Is it B, a single adversary controlling multiple nodes to subvert the network? Is it C, a flaw that exposes smart contracts to unauthorized changes? Or is it D, an attack that steals cryptographic keys? Oh, Ray's on it. What is it, Ray?
All right, I'm pretty sure it's B.
You said B?
B, yeah. Second one.
If I had
All right.
if I had sound effects, yeah, I would give you a round of applause.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you.
Woo! All right.
Back to back. I think back to back's only happened twice this game. I think Infinite had 2 back to back earlier.
And we got to keep it in mind, man. Ray jumped in this game late, man. You know, so if he'd have been in the beginning like Hog was, and only got 5 right now, you know, so he would be murdering you. All right, where we at,
Hog's
Raj?
game to lose right now.
Hog's getting some competition. Wells is right behind him. Infinite, I think it's mathematically impossible for you to win at this point.
Might as well go for broke, Infinite.
Go for broke. Just raise your hand for every one of them. Oh, man. All right, you guys ready? So here we are. Question number 23. What is the front running in context? Oh, sorry about that. I didn't read well in school. Hey, what is the front running in the context of blockchain? What is front running in context of blockchain? All right. Is it A, buying tokens before they are listed on exchanges? Is it B, having advanced access to market moving information? Is it C, prioritizing one's own transaction by paying higher gas fees? Uh-oh. Who was it, Raj? Who was it?
Looks like Ray.
Go ahead, Ray.
What?
No, it was Ray.
Oh wow, that was exactly the same time.
Go ahead, Ray.
On my screen, it was Ray.
Gotcha.
All right. Definitely C, prioritizing transactions with higher gas.
Well, Ray, if I had sound effects right now, I would actually give you a toilet flush. You're wrong on that one, buddy.
Dang. All right.
What?
Yeah,
Really?
no,
It's really wrong? Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you took one for the team because I was going to guess that too.
There we go.
All right, Wells, do you want to guess or?
Well, it's just I was going to guess that one, and since I'm just going to guess a different one, I'm going to guess B, which would be
and Wells gets a toilet flush as well. Sorry. Oh shoot. Oh, Hog and Infinite Orber have their hand. Obviously, they got their hand up. Wow.
Well, yeah.
Which one is it? Go ahead, Infinite Orber.
I think it was Hog actually, but it's
No. We're gonna give it to you. We're gonna give it to you.
It's got to be A.
Oh wow. Infinite Orber, congratulations! You have not gotten one question right today, man.
Well, he didn't even read D yet, so.
Yeah, so we know what the answer is. And Hog, what's the answer?
I'm just going to have to guess. Let me guess really hard here. D is in dog.
All right, but what is the answer though?
I don't even remember the question, but I know the answer. No, it's for front running. Front running is whenever you probably pay more gas to get in ahead of somebody else.
Well, that's wrong, but the answer is D.
I'll take it.
I think I
executing
know what it
transactions before others by taking advantage of a network latency.
That's pretty much what I said, I think. But
No,
maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah,
is that right or wrong?
C was prioritizing one's own transaction by paying higher gas fees. And D was executing transactions before others by taking advantage of the network latency.
So can we get that explained? Because how do you take advantage of the latency?
So you have to do it with bots there. I think they're called MEV bots. And so you basically look at the block time. They look at the data that's in a block before it's actually confirmed. and they can see the transactions that are pending and then make trades based on those pending actions even before the block is confirmed. But you have to do it with bots. So yeah, it's best the way I know how to explain it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I've heard of that because
Well,
that's
the direct
mainly
connection
used
is to the
like on
validator,
swaps
because the
to
validator
beat somebody that already
writes
has
directly
a
to the ledger.
confirmation in there.
So if you have
I don't think Infinite Orbit can hear anybody.
yeah,
Guess
I
not.
can hear you. Can you hear me at all?
Could you hear Hog or Ray?
Yep.
All right, Hog, can you
Perfect.
say something real quick?
Hello, hello.
Did you hear that?
Go get my phone later.
No.
Yeah, so this happens on Twitter Spaces, unfortunately. It looks like Raj's Twitter is acting up as well. But sometimes you lose people's, you can't hear certain people. I don't know what it is. There's some bugs still working out. But yeah, so Ray and Hog were speaking.
I was just gonna say that's the only time that I'd heard of front running was to be like whenever somebody's swapping on a DEX, maybe they're going to put their swap in, and I guess the bot just kind of lives there on the chain and just front runs the action before the other one can go through. But yeah, it's good. That's a good one. That's a great question.
Definitely. Just before I move on, can anybody in the space not hear me?
Oh, plus a point, right?
I had a break of a few seconds, but apart from that, fine.
Also, we have some new people in here. Welcome.
Yeah, let's take a moment and just welcome anybody that wants to come up. It looks like Edge of AI. If you want to come up and speak, go ahead and request the mic. No pressure. We are just doing a little trivia here. We're at the last, I believe, 3 or 2 questions, and the hero formula. Also, if you want to come up, you go ahead and just request the mic. And sorry, I was just looking. We had a request, but all right. So yeah, if you want to come up, you can request the mic, and we'll let you come up and speak. If you want to wait till the game is over, that's fine too as well. So let's move on with the last few questions. There's 2 more questions left, and if I'm looking at it correctly, looks like it's between Wells and Hog. So Wells, if you get these next 2 questions right and you tie Hog, we're just going to call you the winner. Otherwise, I believe Hog said they were just going to split the earnings with the top 2 people would get the 500 behind him. So everybody fine moving forward? All right. I wonder if we lost Raj still. He's typing in some stuff to me. Okay. Here we go. What is a hard fork in the blockchain? Does anybody want to answer that before? Uh-oh. Infinite Orbiter. Go ahead.
Okay, a hard fork is when there is literally what you might call a hard fork, in that one branch of the chain continues with one basis, and the other chain continues with the other. Many times it's cut off, and other times it goes on. Bitcoin, for example.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back to the Jeopardy committee here, see if that answer was acceptable. Number 1, you use the definition, the question within the answer. I don't know. I don't know if Raj can hear, to be honest. So, does anybody want to give it another stab real quick before we move forward?
I'm a technophobe, so I'm very open to be corrected.
Oh, it's all good. You know, we're all just having fun here, Lee. Wells, go ahead if you want to. Hold on.
All right,
Go ahead,
I'm not
Wells.
sure if this will be technically accurate, but Ray and I were just talking about it this morning. But where they come up with a new protocol on a blockchain, but continue using the old one as well,
Yeah, I think both of those are probably pretty acceptable answers. You know what we'll do? We'll get both of you guys a point. Go ahead, Raj. Give them both a point, man. That was So the answer that we actually had was it's actually a permanent divergence in the blockchain. So it's like you said, Lee. There's a one fork goes this way, the one continues this way. It's literally just a split, I guess I would say, right? Good way of explaining it. Maybe Ray or Wells has a better way of explaining it, but I guess my understanding is just a split, right?
The way I heard it this morning was, and again, I'm not a dev, but whenever an open source is, or it doesn't have to be open source, I guess, but I think whenever it's modified, whenever a contract is modified, and then the validators choose to validate the new version, and then potentially either ditch the old version or not, and like Infinite said earlier, the Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. I think Bitcoin Cash was whenever they forked it to try to make it more efficient, and then people in there was like, that's going against the way that they wanted it to be in the first place. But then you have Ethereum and Ethereum Classic, and then there was a really bad hack, and they wanted to do a hard fork, and then so Ethereum is actually a hard fork, just to ditch the old. And I think that's what Harmony wanted to do. After the hack too, they wanted to do a hard fork and produce more one tokens, and the majority, did not want to do that because that's what governments do.
Yes. Very good. I mean, good explanation. I do recall Harmony wanting to do that as well, but I think they wanted to change the actual amount of tokens in circulation to a much significantly higher number as well. So there we go. Are we ready? Last question. You guys ready? Thumbs up, thumbs down. All right, here we go. All right, this one is difficult. What is staking in a proof of stake system? Is it A, mining new blocks? Is it B, locking up tokens to participate in network validation? Oh, Ray
with the fast fingers.
I'm going to go with B.
And Ray got it right, man. Congratulations, Ray.
Thank you,
and you know what, Ray? Ironically, that makes you the top. Either way, you were the top two. You and Wells were the top two behind Hog.
I thought Wells tied up with me or not.
No, not quite.
Okay. Oh, so close. And you guys would have won. You guys came in late,
But here's the advantage: is Ray and Wells will both get 250 Hog each.
Yeah, just you guys just reach out to me on this DM, or if it wasn't obvious, I'm Butthead too, so reach out either DM account.
Awesome, guys. Thank you. That was really cool. Enjoyed that. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we just need wallet address, and so if you want to reach out to me and give me your mother's maiden name, your last four, your social security, your address, your birth date, I'll give you guys whatever it is you need. All right. We didn't know that was a joke. Sorry, guys. Raj, can you hear now?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. I think it was a good participation for a first time kind of. So this is something like, Butthead kind of voluntold us that we're going to do this. And me and Raj kind of put this together with a just a thought. One of the ideas we had in the actually Harmony Community DAO a while back was actually doing a game show and trying to make it just as ways of bringing participation into the network, the community, I guess is probably the proper way of saying it. So I don't know if you guys, give us your honest feedback of what you thought, what we could do better. We'd appreciate it. Hog.
I'll just do a quick little spiel, and I don't know why my hand wants to keep going up like that. Bugs my OCD. quick little spiel, just off the top of my head. Thanks you guys, Wells, Ray, obviously for coming in. Everybody else that's listening in, but you guys participated, and knowing that you guys were here since the get go. I was too way back, and since we minted, and then we started the Harmonauts DAO Discord. And I'm not sure if you guys have different names over there, or maybe just kind of hang out over there. But if not, there's a Harmonauts Discord. I know it's in the Hog profile. I'm not sure if it's in the Harmonauts DAO profile. You could join in there. We're trying to get more participation there, and we do have governors and a governor channel that's private in there, so we're talking behind the scenes. Currently, we have a couple multi-sig problems we're trying to work out, and trying to even find out where to go to get help on that. But yeah, I mean that's where the work happens. However slow, it's nice that the Hog token has taken off, and it's doing okay, and breaking some records. Hopefully you guys are holders. If you're not, you're going to be 250 Hog richer. Yeah, we're going to try to I'd like to do at least every other week or once a month. I don't know, I guess it could be different now. Good job guys for putting this together. And the Harmonauts community DAO, or the Harmony community DAO, and the Harmonauts DAO has been struggling to get participation. It's just hard in this market, and whatever that means to you, it's just hard to get the participation. So feel free to join in over there, join the conversation. We're open. I don't know. That's just. I don't know if you guys have been following along. I just appreciate that you're here now, and it's great to have people that were here from that long ago that are still hanging out. And I think that's one of the biggest things that the Harmony community has. And I'm actually hosting the Her Space tomorrow. We have two committed two devoted core members. They're not developers per se. One is Soph is Theo. I'm not sure, he's not actually writing code, but all the time. He's kind of more of a everything person, but I'm trying to get other people involved. I'm sure the link is on the Twitter or whatever, the X handle over here on the Hog account. It has to be shared. We're trying to share that. We're trying to there's a questionnaire that's in, but I have like 3 or 4 questions on there, and I've been sharing my ass off. So I actually asked the Harmony One bot in Telegram, and I got like 8 answers. So if all else fails, I'm just going to use the AI bot. But yeah, just glad you guys are here, and I guess look for the next Super Space, and kudos to Affirmation and P-Sans for putting it together.
No, definitely. Yeah, tomorrow, 2:30 p.m. Harmony Ecosystem Roundup, Megalodon and Butthead will be hosting that. Theo, the
UTC. That's UTC time.
UTC. Yep, sorry, UTC. Theo will be there. If you want to ask questions, there's a questionnaire. We posted it in here. We could probably post it in the actual chat in here as well. I'll work on like tagging you guys in that if you really want to participate. No pressure to participate or not. But how does the time work for this space?
We got Soph too. Just wanted to throw it in there. We got at least 2.
Oh, Soph is gonna be there again. Okay, good.
Yeah, hopefully more. I'm trying to get the other Theo and Matthew Barrett. If you want to try to work on Matthew Barrett, that'd be awesome.
I'll reach out to him. Cool. How do you guys feel about this time for this space? Me and Raj were actually experimenting. Me and Raj have done quite a few spaces together. Actually like doing space with Raj. He brings the technical aspect. I have no clue what he's talking about more often than not. So how do you guys feel about this space or this time, the time for this space? Does anybody have any objective, like recommendation?
Nope. I liked it because it's my lunch hour, but other than that, doesn't really matter.
Awesome, bro. Awesome. Well, you and Ray are gonna split the 250 hog each, and maybe we'll have an NFT sale here for some type of rev share project coming down the pipeline. You can use that hog to apply for it and get some type of passive income.
Cool. All right, big question. Which one of you is on the Harmonauts DAO account?
I am behind the Harmonized DAO account.
No, I mean, who are you in Discord? What's your Discord?
It was
Affirmation. My Discord name, yeah, Affirmation.
Okay.
It was it was Tracker.
Yeah, Tracker didn't want to manage it anymore, and I assumed it.
Okay. That's who I thought you were. I thought you were Tracker. That's why I asked.
No, Tracker has a much more attractive accent than I have.
Yeah, he's French, I think, and he's validating Harmony and Fedora, working on the Bitcoin Lightning Network, and among other things. So he's definitely still around. He just he wasn't able to keep tabs on the Twitter very often. He just, I don't think he even really checks Twitter on his other account more than a couple times a week. So it's nice to have more interaction.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, honestly, I was, probably giving you guys a lot of shit, but it's really good having participation and seeing, fresh faces come into our spaces. So we really appreciate what it is you guys, participating in, coming in and actually speaking. So that's kind of things we're looking forward to. It looks like Fish Fight actually showed up. Ed, what's up, Ed? How you doing, man?
What's up, Eddie, from the Developer DAO?
So I don't know if anybody has anything they want to talk about, or any questions about the DAOs within general, or any questions about what we could do better, recommendations, anything. We're here. Just let you know we're here. We're listening. We're active a lot, even though you may not see it, but we have a lot going on behind the scenes. A lot of meetings, a lot of activity. So that's why it's kind of hard to like jump on Discord all the time and monitor everything. Go ahead, Hog.
I guess one suggestion, now that you have a format, maybe just either a pinch of business in the front or back next time, just a little more. Now that people know are aware of it now, I'll definitely spread it. I didn't know exactly grasp the concept, but yeah, it's really a lot of fun. Sneak some business. I know that there just really isn't a whole lot of business going on right now, but yeah, some highlights of DAO life.
Yeah, definitely. I think there might be a chance we might be able to. I don't want to give myself more work already, but there might be a chance that we can actually do this more frequently and have like one, maybe like a fun one, and then maybe one that's like kind of business. We just really want to get people involved, and that's the thing. So from my opinion, my perspective, like I'm an investor just in the Web3 space, and a lot of people are developers, like Ed Norris down there, one of the devs in the Harmony Network. A lot of people have certain skills, and my skill is I just invest in it and participate in community, and bring value whatever way and shape that I can. So it doesn't take a lot of money. It doesn't have this misconception, especially in Web3, that you hear people say you need money to make money, and I think that's the big misconception, man. Is you don't need a lot of money. You just need to turn intellectual value into monetary value, and that's not mine. Actually, Infinite Orbit down there made that one up. So go ahead, Hog.
I guess I had one more suggestion, since Eddie showed up and triggered something in my head. If Eddie was here, he would have everything, and I'd be -8. So maybe if we can get like at least two categories next time, because what if a dev show up, they would have known all that. So just different categories.
Well, if Meg was here, he probably would have got them all right, man. So it's hard.
Well,
to
we already know. I should probably. Sorry, guys. I'm probably just gonna have to give him the 500, because we just should assume Meg would have had it all. I'm just joking.
Yeah. No, I mean we could do like some something like completely trivial, like you can do blockchain and then like vegetables or something, and
well, you could do yeah, I'm sure you have time to think about just more than one category, just in case.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, everybody, to everybody that doesn't host spaces, there's actually a lot of effort and work that goes on behind these scenes. It's not like we just show up and and then execute it. There's the marketing phase of it. There's the coordinating the time. There's getting the doc together and at least having some substance, and then multiple conversations throughout. And then there's the actual space, and then so a lot of effort, man. So it's kind of appreciative that you guys actually participate. Thank you again. Go ahead, Hog.
I just wanted to throw it out there. If you, Ray, Wells, or Betty even, if there's anything you like or dislike or want to see with the DAOs or token or any kind of whatever you call our efforts here moving forward, anything like, dislike, or would like.
Oh, sorry, Ed's coming up to speak. Let me accept his invite. Has he connected yet? There he is. What's up, Ed? How you doing, man?
Is he talking?
Yeah, apparently me and you can't hear him.
I can't hear him either. I don't know if anyone can.
Oh, okay. I seen everybody giving thumbs up, and I thought it was just me.
Eddie.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us at least? Wow. Well, the Twitter spaces are really tweaking right now. I don't know if anybody can even hear me at this moment.
X is just overloaded because it's not used to having this much participation for DAO meetings.
100%. 100%. Wells, I wish we could have heard Ed speak. He's always got value that he brings. I don't know if you want to try it one more time or not, but it's fine if you don't. So I think we're kind of been on this space for a little while now. Thank you for everybody for participating. Raj, you have, oh shoot, Raj even had trouble getting on the podium.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Go ahead, Raj.
No, yeah, I'm just reconnecting. Twitter's being really weird. Sorry, Ed. Welcome, man.
I was just gonna jump in. The question was raised around what you could possibly do. I was curious around what kind of like specific roles are set up with Hog and with the DAOs in general you guys are a part of. Is there actual like different specific roles that have been assigned to everyone yet?
We haven't even made it that far. We had our first election, and now we've had, since the beginning, I'll name drop. Since the beginning, we had Hound and One Bull participate in the first ever, I think, like voice call, because I'm, for one, I just don't have time to sit there and text for 8 hours when I can accomplish a voice call now for an hour, maybe half an hour. So we had the election, and that's due to this time too. But I've tried to hold votes to get a better time. I understand we're all over the world, but I've tried to hold votes for different times of the meeting, days of different times of the meeting, and so getting the participation is hard. So right now, Raj is the governor, Affirmation's the governor, I'm a governor, Tracker is a governor, One Bull, Hound, I think Pyramid, and someone else I can't even remember because they signed a transaction on the multi-sig, just getting the governors. First thing we did was we cleaned out the multi-sig. We got all the old people from the last 2 years of having it there and just barely, getting by. And we took our assets that we had in the multi-sig and we used that to get the Hog token going in the first place. Then after Hog took off and there was actually an asset, then we got more participation, and we have it's just all voluntary, not very structured. There, that's like one of the first things that we need to do is get a charter going. But we have to have active people. I mean, there's no reason that us three should write it, I don't think. But maybe you should suggest that 3 is better than 1. I said early on in here that I got a lot more bullish for this project whenever it became more than 3. There's more minds, there's more attention, so that's when I got more bullish. That there's community effort going. So to answer your question, no, there's not in the Harmonauts DAO. In the Sea DAO, there's maybe the opposite of too much structure.
Oh, there it is. So, yeah. So I was just curious because I think based on where you are right now, too, putting people into official roles can actually, move things along more swiftly. And maybe you will make mistakes, but you'll at least have action and can be backtrack or change the plan if there's the difference in opinion about how things should be done. But I work with a program that is basically like a pre-technology. It's called the Grange, and it's basically like a independent farmers union. It's been around since like the 1800s, and anyways, I've been doing it for the last couple of years, and what I found was just how they've been doing it. And they basically have been building a DAO since then. Like they don't have they have like a national branch, but every I'd say 25 to 50 miles there's a different Grange, and they decide what they want to adopt or not adopt. And but what I found is just that when you put someone in a role like secretary of just keeping track of everything, like that's just what their overall job is to keep track of everything, make sure that when something happens it's recorded in some way so that we can reference it and stay on the same page. There's a lot of stuff that happens in discussion that if it doesn't get written down, it basically goes into the wind. And then having an executive member that doesn't necessarily decide what needs to be done, but they can and can move the narrative along without explicit consent. But they have essentially they can reach out to the members to say like, hey, I'm doing this. Does that fly with you? And then finally getting into a treasurer who actually keeps track of where funds are allocated, keeps track of all the things that we're discussing putting money on or funds on. And then that way, when we're trying to discuss things about where money can or choose or can't go, there's just an ability for people to move, especially when you're really small. What's up, Hog and Raj? Looked up for a second. I'm gonna go with Hog. I think I was first. Oh, Raj,
Yeah, I think Hog
down first.
Hog can go. They were first.
All right, Raj, you're back up. Hog's off the mic. You're fine.
Sounds good. So, I guess like I really love the suggestions. I think what it kind of turned into though was like a one-man show kind of deal. So one person would kind of be doing all the roles, and it's just not sustainable. So that in terms of roles, like that was kind of the main issue from my perspective, is just like not enough people had enough time to commit to the roles or commitment or whatever.
Yeah, that's definitely a continued problem. Hog, are you ready to talk? I guess is that Butthead or
Yeah, that's Butthead.
Cool.
The Twitter Spaces are being really weird today.
Yeah, it might just be us talking to each other and they have another conversation going on. For all I know.
Right?
But yeah, I think honestly that's just how it goes with small organizations, is that, you know, things don't get done, and occasionally you have mission critical things that need to get done where you have, that's one of the reasons that like an executive member can actually say like, hey, if you can't do this, I understand, but if I need you to tell me you won't be doing it so that I can call off this plan, because it's not going to work if no one's going to own the initiative or the work that needs to be done. And then we need to narrow what we can do to what we have bandwidth for. But when you're a community, when you're a mutually led committee, you're not going to get to that point where you can just say, all right, we have to call this off because no one's standing up to take ownership of it. Whereas if you do have an executive member, they can help make sure that we're not wasting time on 6 things when we can barely do 1. That's one thing that I've found is just, you know, shines out when you're trying to just build something that wants to be decentralized. That's kind of the point. Is Hog back in order? Looks like it.
Yes, and this is let me get my hand down. Drives my OCD nuts again. Still, come on. There we go. So I heard 2 things. First, you had secretary and treasurer, but what was the one in the middle, Eddie? For positions?
Executive member. So it's basically like a leader that
the
can,
executor.
They're not necessarily doing the work, but they're helping. They can establish someone with, like, say, like an executive can't use the treasury for themselves, but they can decide that someone else can use the treasury as long as the existing members do not, you know, take a stand against it.
That makes sense. And then I wanted to say, since we're on recording, that's this, I love this too, because we're able, you know, people can listen at their leisure. You know, I name dropped earlier. It wasn't to be negative or anything. Just so maybe if you hear your name or somebody says you're on there or something, you can listen to it. But this is the first step of, you know, secretary accountability. Who's doing what? You know, because there is a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. We've met in Discords. I don't know how many hours. You know, but yeah, I mean, how would you suggest? I mean, we barely, you know, here's what happened. So Hog launched in January. We had our first election maybe in March, April, May, around May, April or May, and pretty much just the people that ran. And it was really cool the way that we were able to interact with a smart contract to be able to run for it. You know, it was kind of, you know, you had to have Hog tokens and own a couple Harmonauts NFTs to even run. So there is a mechanism, and there is stuff being built behind the scenes too. There are things happening. But anyway, all the people that ran ended up being governors. So, you know, now our assets gone from the first governor, where our assets were probably worth a couple $100 to several $1,000s. So maybe that will sadly, you know, or happily or whatever, get more participation. But how would you suggest that we establish these roles?
Sorry about that. So, you know, really, you have these members. They should be able to decide if you want. But I think larger than, you know, these are kind of easy to identify roles. There might be more specific roles that would make more sense for you. Like even so much as like having someone focused on outreach, other projects to work with, and having a kind of marketing. What we do is we have an executive committee, and so the executive member can establish an executive committee, which basically says like, we're going to establish an initiative, someone wants to take lead over something, I, as the executive member, will ask the DAO, can I allocate $300 to this executive committee, and then they basically, they can choose to do with those funds as best they can. And if that, obviously, if they just take it and run with it, there's a major failure in the body of the DAO. But the goal is to get to that point where you do have someone that can take charge with an initiative, doesn't have to be completely tied up in committee, because they have like multiple, usually they'll have multiple members, so they can actually deliberate amongst themselves where that money should be going or shouldn't be going. And
I wonder how ethical or unethical would it be if we announced a meeting like this at a prearranged time, where we establish these roles, instead of having to, because the Harmonauts DAO Discord is, a little bit busier than the developer DAO Discord, but that's not saying a whole lot. I know you know what I'm talking about. Would that be legit or not?
I think that's 100% a reasonable way. I mean, this is your organization amongst yourselves, so if it's the ethics of it, are up to the people who show up to give a damn. That's why we have town hall meetings. If people don't show up who complain, then their voice isn't represented accurately. Infinite Orbiter, what do you got over there, man? It looks like you got something to say.
Hey, man. Yeah, I'm sorry I've been so insistent, but this is the whole thing's a bit of a bee in my bonnet, really, because DAOs hold such incredible potential, and they really haven't worked out. They just haven't. Empirically, if you look at where DAOs are today, they're small little organizations, and some of them are effective and some of them aren't, but they're small little organizations. And I think the fundamental problem...
The Bankless DAO is huge. The Bankless DAO is huge.
Okay. Granted, but think of it... Okay. Blockchain and smart contracts have opened a whole world of possibilities. And what those possibilities are basically revolve around making this conglomerate world of grand finance accessible to the man or the person on the street. And so when you start talking about sort of decentralization and trustless and all of that, I think that's great and that's amazing, but it needs to be used where it's most powerful, and where it is most powerful is cutting out the time-consuming and legal cost-consuming processes that are involved in forming an effective company. But those structures are already in place. And my big question, Raj, I can see you going mad there, so I'm going to shut up in a second. But my big question is this, yes, if DAO members want to be involved, why don't you run it like a normal company? If you hold shares in any company on the stock exchange, that's great. But if you actually want to vote in what's going on, you need to register as a voter. And perhaps that's what needs to be done.
Okay, so
that's how our governors were formed. Yeah, go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, I think I just gave you a follow back, Infinite. I would love to hire you to do some voiceover work with that silky smooth voice of yours. Like I need to have a game trailer that just is explained by you. Thank you for one, and two, the idea of what you're talking about. Like we're in a point where the authority of what you're actually attempting to do with a DAO is up to the people who either contribute to it or either financially or with their time. But like ultimately, I think there's this overextended nature of wanting to do right by the people who show up, that like leads us to a place of atrophy. It's something that's happened with the developer DAO. It's happened with a lot of the DAOs that I've been a part of, where nobody wants to be the person to go above and beyond to a point where they're corrupting the organization and being too Caesar like in the way that they do things. But some of the most successful missions have strong leadership, and strong leaders know when we need to push and when they need to push and when the community needs to show up. And that to me is one of the biggest differentials between what makes DAOs different than any business that you want to start, is the ability to be effective. And so with a DAO, you have this ability to bring this kind of wellspring of kind of knowledge, research, understanding from all over the world. And it's very easy. Like, I'm cleaning up a coffee hour that I host in my local community right now, and I was just listening to the call. I'm able to jump into this dialogue just because I happen to be available. That, I think, is a bigger part of what makes DAOs capable of competing in like the normal business routine, just as much as the fact that there's smart contracts involved. I think we need to remember that, like, human beings are actually monumentally effective at being creating value for others, and I think that's the biggest thing. Like Butthead is extremely effective in the role that he's been doing. Affinity is also, these guys are really good at what they're doing, but the leadership where they start to go from being like, I'm bringing us together and that's my role, into I'm kicking the ass that needs to be kicked and that's my role. And I think that's kind of like, it's that difference between like realizing that you've made something and now you need to start using it to crush other things, or to make other things happen, and start to own the role that you find yourself in. What's up, Raj? Anybody? Yeah, sorry to jump in there.
So I just want to say,
No, not at all.
Not to crush things, just to run effectively and actually add to things.
One second before Raj goes. Yeah, great point. I've seen this. I'll say the good thing, and then I'll lead into the Raj thing. And not now I'm really digging myself a hole. But anyway, big huge kudos to the Raj, the Harmonauts DAO affirmation, for putting the spaces together, because I organized all the Harmonauts DAO stuff and for the meetings. And the last one I organized it and no one showed up. I think, affirmation came late, but it was really soul crushing to put this much time and effort and not get anybody to come on there. So I just threw my hands up and said that somebody else could organize it. And, awesome for these guys to pick that up and get the space going and fill a
people who have a lot of experience, who need to start putting their heads together. And I really believe what we need to do collectively as a community is start pulling in dev at the level where they can action things rather than just speak about them. And there we go. There goes my rant. Thank you very much for listening.
All right. Yeah, I think honestly, it's uncharted territory to a large degree. Like, we're in some ways moving through a new era.
Oh, we're losing you, Ed.
Yeah,
The last thing I heard was moving through a new era.
Yeah, lost you completely.
Moving through a tunnel.
Yeah.
Tunneling.
You there, Ed?
Try disconnecting and reconnecting. I tried that earlier. It worked for me.
Yeah, same here.
Can you hear me in the back?
Hear you, affirmation. Still nothing from Ed, though.
Same here.
Yeah, so, you know, as I was mentioning earlier in the space, because I couldn't hear Ed at all earlier when I was on the Harmony Community DAO account. But we're still trying to figure out this DAO thing. I guess what I'm, you know, participating in multiple DAOs now is each DAO is going to have to govern itself accordingly, what works with them. What might work for one organization may not be conducive for another. So it's almost like the Infinite Orbiter mentioned before is about niche. Is we're moving into a niche market where everything is niche. There's not going to be these big communities of, you know, 9,000, 10,000 people anymore. I'm not saying I have a few that about like that, but having like, you know, thousands and thousands of them, I don't think it's a thing anymore. If you have like 1,000 people within your community, that'll be a great community, and it's a niche market. So I don't know. That's just the direction I see everything moving towards. My personal opinion.
Hey,
Food for thought. You do the dishes.
While I have the majority of the governors, definitely the majority of the active governors, how do you two feel about having a spaces where we establish positions like Eddie suggested?
I'd be happy to contribute.
Ooh.
Yeah, but I mean, I think this would have to be. It could be. I don't even know how you do it. Would it be just governors that could vote? You know, I think that's what I'm kind of leaning towards. Anybody can come, but governors would vote. And we could. I don't care if I'll make a spaces today for a month from now. It's not like I want to be shady about it, or 2 months from now, or whatever.
I'll send you a document. I'll structure it for you, and I'll send you a nice, lovely diagram of exactly how it could work.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a great idea. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
yes,
we can hear you now.
All right. Honestly, there's a real there's a need, there's like this desire to get community consensus, but honestly, in my experience, even with an active and engaged community, people don't turn out to vote. They just don't, and that's one of the reasons that we have.
I mean,
a representative democracy with governors and things like that. Go ahead, but
sorry, yeah, I've ran into. I won't name drop here, but these constant people. We have a governor that's just like. I'll just agree with the majority. I'll just agree. That's not the way. You know, you should not be able to be a governor. That's the whole point. You know, is we hold votes and you vote. You know, it's like that should be like, I guess, written into our next charter. You know, either you have to participate. But I mean, sometimes you gotta take a stand. You know, in my opinion. And if you shouldn't get into the governor role if you're not willing to do that. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think
So
to that point, a governor is representing in some ways the community that is not going to show up, because that's sort of the reason that they exist, is to represent the community in the best interest of the community as best they see fit. And so it's one of the reasons that you have this sort of, especially when you have an organization such as yours where the governors are de facto governors. And I don't mean that to sound, negative, but when you don't have a wide turnout for a vote, it besmirches the authority that the governors should have. Where if you did have a wide turnout for a vote, then it's like, it essentially empowers the governors to be like, oh, I'm in here. I know these people want me to be here. I should be very, executive with my actions because I'm representing them. But when you don't have that, there's this sort of stalling that happens in the authority of the executive governors to say, like, I feel good about just doing what I think's best because I haven't really been put here, but I'm here. Where I think that's where we are in like the environment that you're in. But it also just goes to show you that like you are the community, you're acting in the best interest that you know how, and that's all you can do. And that's basically what like courage you can summon to do that is what will ultimately decide like how successful is this organization or not. Rather than trying to represent others, occasionally you just have to own it and represent yourself and, hope that others will step in when you seem to be going insane with power, whatever it is.
Yeah, that's true. And I'll throw it out there one more time that anybody can reach out anytime on a lot of different mediums with the same name to be able to hold me in check, either good or bad. So I just want to throw that out there. Yeah.
Yeah, let me add.
We can hear you and your background.
Let me add in my 2 cents. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. So I agree with the logically with I was
You're
when I
rugging.
go. Am I rugging?
You're pretty good, but
bit.
Sorry. Where did I lose you guys?
you're good.
All right.
Just
So
start
I was saying I agree logically with you, Ed. One of the things I've encountered, however, within the community DAO was when I would try to make executive decisions just to get things rolling. That's when everybody shows up and tells me, we can't do that. So, when you're encountering these issues over and over and over, I've even went as far as suggesting as rewriting the whole charter and giving, more being able to execute when needed. And there's times I even had to execute because it necessarily didn't reflect the charter's what the charter said we could do and not do, but it was for the better of the community. It was like I think we had 9 community governors and we couldn't get 6 of them to sign ever. So I just reduced it down to 3, and then but then somebody comes along and says, "Well, did you put that to vote?" I mean, what? That's one of the most frustrating things when we get to those positions that
I think it's good to recognize that we are in different organizations too, and we need to treat it differently. So I think where the community DAO has that in place for better or for worse, the Harmonauts DAO is fresh and clean, and maybe we should take advantage of the the momentum that we have.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've brought up too. Let's just execute. Especially being a fresh DAO, we got 3 people that are valuable that are willing to move forward. We have a little bit of a treasury. Like I just said, let's make a decision and move forward. I mean, if we wait on the community to make any type of
Yeah,
decision.
I think my thing right now is purpose. So I think one thing is differentiating. So what a big reason I'm here right now is because of the community DAO and just like me not wanting to waste it. I don't like wasting things, and I like cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. So, you know, this is like something we can work with. As far as the history, I mean, who cares, right? Harmonauts has its history too. Everything has its history. But I think the purpose is really what we need right now and why we exist. So, I mean, I think right now it seems like Harmonauts and Harmony Community DAO have very similar things going on, but I think maybe differentiating the two and or is it even worth differentiating the two? Do you guys think we should just kill the community DAO and like
I don't know about killing it, but I think
take all the funds out and put it in the Harmonauts DAO or something like that?
What's
because I mean, if we're not going to do anything with it,
I guess Raj can't hear me.
Sorry, go ahead, Butthead.
Why don't we like try to agree on like one or two rules here, and then we can make a infographic about that, and then that'll be more of a charter than we have for the Harmonauts DAO. But yeah, I think like, you know, let's say we're just going to take this, like a lot of our governance can happen on these spaces called. I mean, do you guys agree that we can hold a vote on here soon? Is that something I can write down that us three governors at least we know we can commit to ourselves to show up to if we have to elect each other because there are three of us? Is that cool? Can I write that down? I'm speaking to the governors.
What do you mean elect each other?
Well, let me step back. So Meg, welcome back. Eddie had suggested that we potentially elect a secretary, an executive, and a treasurer. So if you guys are in favor of that, then and my question to you in affirmation is, do you feel comfortable holding these spaces, and we can have plenty, you know, up to a month in advance or whatever we can agree on to be like, hey, this next X spaces, whether it's the Duo one or whichever, I think we should do the Duo one. Can we agree that we're going to hold official votes in here? And, you know, people can listen to this. We can push this along. And that's why I like having this thing recorded. You know, people can listen to it. And there's no way that people can say we didn't know whenever we did everything in our capacity to share the information. So would you, Raj, and you, Affirmation, agree to holding official votes on this next Duo spaces?
Like I thought. I mean, yeah, I think that's a creative thing. I think that's a cool idea. Like if we discuss things on here and voted via thumbs up, thumbs down kind of thing.
No, like I'm doing right now. I'm going, hey Raj, do you agree? You need to give me a direct yes or no answer. Do you agree that we can hold official votes on these Twitter spaces?
It's how the world works.
But when you say official vote, I like you're talking that brings Snapshot to mind or something like that. So I mean, I guess maybe
Affirmation gets it. Maybe Affirmation gets it. Do you agree or not?
As far as official votes for like business moving forward, and is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and we can do that. Like maybe we have a spaces and we can say, hey, this is what we discovered in the spaces. You can go listen to it, you know? But I mean, how else can we have a record of our accountability? What's a better way that we can have a record of our accountability, you know? Yeah. So we can do the vote, and we can even say, hey, you guys have a week, not to just oppose it, but oppose it and come up with a new idea. I mean, is that cool with you guys, or is that totally off base?
No, I think
like
that sounds cool.
Week.
So I think what we're discussing right now, though, is like writing that in the charter. Is that what kind of we're talking about?
Okay. With Harmonauts DAO, I don't know. You can do your DAO. I'm not a governor in your DAO.
No, because you were talking about writing a charter, right?
Yes, Harmonauts does not have any charter. Zero charter. Nothing written down. I'm trying to make the first rule if we can agree on it.
Right. So that's what I'm just clarifying. And then community DAO is like we're not really following the charter. We're like half following it as much as we can. So yeah, Megalodon, I see you there.
Let's hold on before we get onto that. Can we establish yes or no on this first thing? Can we start having official votes, and I'll just say that we put and before it becomes even more official, because I know, and you guys in the community DAO, you have to do talk whatever for a week or two, and you got to do snapshot, and you got to do like 18 other things to be able to wipe your ass. So I'm just saying, in here, can we just be like, hey, we're gonna have an election on blah blah date. If people show up, just like Eddie was saying earlier, most people aren't going to show up. People show up.
I mean, I kind of feel like we've been doing that, but yes.
So yes, okay. Affirmation, yes or no?
Yeah, just pertaining to the harmonized DAO, right?
I'd say both, but yeah, definitely the harmonized DAO. I can't speak for your DAO. I'm not a governor. You guys are governors.
So no, the Harmony Community DAO, it gets complicated. For the harmonized DAO, I'd say yes.
Dude, I wouldn't even say it gets complicated. It's the Harmony Community DAO is the same as Harmonauts DAO in terms of like starting from scratch.
Yeah,
like
so
we did agree to rewrite the charter. It's hard to do. So I haven't done it. We haven't done it.
Okay, one more thing. So, and I see you, Meg, but one more thing. So, if we did this together, we just could come on here, for example, and say, this is our structure. We're going to do Harmonauts DAO business first. We're going to do CDAO business second. We're combining these together because we don't have 18 hours in the day to devote all this time to not doing much. So, just have a little structure. We can have official votes for Harmonauts DAO, move on, close that space, in our mind, whatever, close that time frame, and then move on to official business, and then put it out for a week, and then people can yay or nay. So yeah, Meg.
Thanks, guys. Hey guys, hey Raj, hey Affirmation, hey Buttheads. I don't know what the proposal was by Eddie. Presumably that's Ed down there, is it? CDAO's always had town halls though, where proposals could be put forward. And Raj and I, when we were governors together, we instigated the town halls to be on Twitter Spaces. Just as you know what I mean? I'm sure you remember. Can you just bring me up to speed though? What was the proposal that Eddie made?
Eddie, go ahead, dude.
It's just making the governors more, allowing the governors to make.
Can I just so I've just come in, governors of which DAO?
Just talking about DAOs in general, and then we.
You're rugging really bad.
I'm sorry. Either DAO, essentially.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? No. Shit.
That's better.
A little better.
Yeah, these spaces been acting up crazy today. No, either DAO, the harmonized DAO or the community DAO. The issue that we run into is, we want to put something to vote and then nobody shows up. But then when you do something without the consent of the community, people come along and they have something to say after the fact. So Butthead's kind of proposing even a more efficient system where we can come on to Twitter Spaces and make that our.
You and Raj did it. You and Raj combined these two DAOs.
Oh yeah, but come on to Twitter and actually conduct business such as meetings, votes, and actually conduct it on here. Being that there's not much participation within both the DAOs at the moment, I personally don't see an issue with it. The only issue myself personally I see is with the community DAO. I think we would have to rewrite the whole charter before that.
Well, thank you for that. And as a British person, with time zones and what have you, I have my opinions. But Ed has actually stepped up, so maybe it's best if Ed wouldn't mind restating that for me, because I've just finished work. Ed, sorry about that, brother.
It's great to have you, Meg. By the way, welcome back, and welcome back, Eddie.
You guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I got rubbed. Yeah, so basically, the suggestion I made was, looking at other, co-ops or nonprofits or, structures that are community owned in some way or another. What I've seen work best is giving authority to governors, to elected roles, to help lead, to help keep track of things, and to help basically keep track of not just like the things that happen and then the actual finances that happen, and separating those two things. So essentially, an executive member, a treasurer, and an official secretary that's meant to keep track of what's going on. And then what you can end up with is an ability to have the executive member not spending funds directly, but having a framework for them to create an executive committee that could be even community members, that could be other governors, that could be anyone, to actually take action to do what needs to be done, and not have so much kind of pussyfooting around when you're trying to make progress and needing everyone to be on the same page, but essentially like wrangling cats. And it's something that I've seen success from, because really, ultimately, when you're trying to build something up from nothing, there's a long period of time where there's just not enough people to effectively get anything done if you're trying to get everyone's opinion about everything you're trying to do. What's up, Meg? It's nice to see you, man.
Okay, so Raj, can I just quickly come back on that as I asked a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, look, this is some of the things that Raj and I ran into when we were both governors at the same time on the DAO, and the same conversations were had. Basically, you're not wrong in what you're saying, in my opinion. I can't speak for anybody else, but yeah, you are right. However, there is limited flexibility within the charter of the Harmony Community DAO, which is pretty much why it's the
charter doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, but that was our
have a vote to get rid of the charter. That's first number one order.
No, we need a new charter. We put a new charter in. Like, it's a waste of time to even vote on getting rid of it. Just make a new charter, put it in.
Yep.
Yes.
They have 1 week to dispute it.
Right, but this is where the issue came, right? Okay, is we're trying to follow a charter, we're trying to follow procedure, and then we need a new charter. Who's going to do that work? I just want to say, first of all, as a pause in the conversation, I want to congratulate Affirmation, and I want to congratulate Raj for what they've done today with the £500 giveaway, and for their continued commitment to the Harmony community. I really do feel, because I'm not involved with the CDAO very much anymore, but I think the main positive takeaway is, I made a joke of it before when I come on. As soon as the CDAO hosts a space, people come on and say, oh, we'll do this different, do that different. I just want to take a pause and say, well done, guys, and everyone involved. Big props to you for doing it. I'm sorry. I just got to say it. You're turning up when other people aren't turning up. You're trying to work within the charter. You do have the snapshot at your aid. It's good when you have decisions to make, proposals that you can put it over a long period of time for people all around the world, different time zones, etc. For non-financial decisions, so long as notice is given, yes, we have a history in the DAO of, change the verb then. So, the CDAO has a history of having open communications. So it's not within the realms of possibility, but right now I'd say just focus on that. The Harmonauts DAO is a completely different matter. The one thing I am keen on is that the Her space continues.
What's more transparent than having this recording? We establish business, and then we say, hey, all governors, anybody that can read in any format we can share it, they have the responsibility to go listen to we'll keep it, we won't have a 5-hour space, but people have the chance to listen to a recording of the space where the minutes have been established. I mean, if we just came on, I'm speaking a little out of turn, but if the CDAO came on and just said, hey, we are going to rewrite the charter, this is how we're going to do it, A, B, C, and then let it sit there for a week, and if nobody opposes, then we're moving forward. That's a vote for yes in my book.
I think all that stuff can be... as a British person, that if people start holding spaces, I'm not disagreeing with you, buttheads, but if people start holding spaces, the community is dominated by North America.
So as we've had before, there were actually two spaces. One was at kind of like a European time, and the other was at USA time, early hours in the morning over here. And actually, the two didn't even communicate well between each other. So it could be
That's
a total
horrible.
whitewash.
But now it's to the point where if Raj and if Affirmation show up, that is a really good turnout for the CDAO. So I understand your point of whenever that year or two ago was, but this is a different time now.
Well, no, not really, because that's just saying, right, everyone outside of North America is excluded.
We can't even get a participation
Anyway,
to have a time for the meeting.
I don't think anyone's against your proposal, Butthead. I think we're pretty much for that. I think what it is that it is a proposal. So maybe we can write that down and put that forth as like something to put on the charter that we would have to write at some point. Like the community DAO and the Harmonauts DAO both need to write some sort of constitution, charter, whatever governing document, something. And I think the thing we should be discussing is the purpose. Like, why do they exist? What are we doing in our lives?
Good point.
And look, also the Her space exists. It performs a function within the Harmony community, as we all know, to do certain spaces, to highlight certain things about validators, delegators, holders, members of the core team, if they so wish, projects on chain. That's what that space exists for. It doesn't have a charter or anything, so that kind of does take up a lot of what the CDAO and the
those are two different things. Those are two different things for sure.
And it's also a huge shout out to Butthead for like managing to put that together, because I know that couldn't have been easy. I kind of tried to do that, but I wasn't having any luck with it. So super props to you for putting that together, man.
Putting what together? Oh, the Her.
Or it was a group effort, but I feel like you were kind of really spearheading that effort.
Well, I mean, we went 3 weeks strong, and then or 3 sessions strong, 3 Hers, and then the mission leaving there was for somebody to get the core team and I just happened to be the lucky person to rope in Soph. And I mean, how awesome that they've participated. I don't know, Meg. I think Meg and maybe Eddie, and I don't know who heard earlier. There have been like 3 questions submitted as of 2 days ago. No, as of last night. There's only 3 questions. So I'm tired of asking questions. So I went on to the Harmony One AI bot and I asked it some questions. So I have my questions now.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I've got a few. I've got questions as well. So.
Well, I do too, but I don't want it to be a one-man show. I mean, we have priority because we're hosting it, I guess. But I mean, having one perspective, it's. I have questions all day. I really do.
Absolutely, and it's not ideal, and we need more questions, and we need more participation. However, it's just it is what it is. You know what I mean? We're professionals, and we'll make the best of it.
Yeah, exactly. But I submitted a question today also, so there's 4 now. But Butthead, one of the things I like about you is your little feistiness, dude. It brings dialogue. It brings conversation, even though it could come off as like aggressive sometimes. That's needed in this space. A lot of people don't appreciate that type of demeanor you bring, and me and you, we 100% appreciate it because we've been working together now a few months, man. And definitely, man. One of the main things, the problems I have with like jumping into spaces all the time is I have a lot going on. Like I work a full-time job, and then I'm actually doing Web3 full-time, and I'm not getting paid to do it. So we're not getting paid a lot at the moment, but so I mean, being appreciated sometimes means people showing up, participating, and when you're not getting that, I know that can deplete you. So I don't know where I was going with that. I just felt like I had to get that off my chest, to be honest.
Hey, I appreciate the props, and if you guys ever want to hear Butthead Unfiltered, not recorded space.
I can relate to Affirmation. I'm sat in the car outside work right now, so. And as you know, I was on before. But so my question back at Ed is, Ed, are you running for governor of the CDAO? Any plans to?
Yes.
Is Ed Norris still there? Calling Ed Norris. Coming London
Oh,
calling.
man. Affirmation. You were nailing those.
Yeah, it's you know,
I second that. Let's move Eddie up as governor for the CDAO.
it would be nice to have just governors in both DAOs that care and participate.
What do you guys, is it, let's get this one. Here's a tough one. An election to have duo governor, where two become one. You guys get what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm putting down here? Should I restate it?
Ooh.
Right. Can I just throw two things out first of all? First of all, can everyone repost the space? Thank you. If you're enjoying what you're listening to, please consider giving it a repost. You don't have to, but if you do so. And secondly, Infinite has had his hand up for ages. Can we go to Infinite, please?
Megalodon, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I think you guys are talking about deeper problems here, or deeper issues. You don't build communities.
No. I gotta go.
You should.
Hot mic.
Okay. Am I okay for sound?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
yes, sir.
Cool. Okay. This idea of you don't build a community, you attract a community. You build a business, you build a movement, you build a union, but a community is kind of self-formed, and I think there's a misunderstanding when it comes to organic marketing as well, because organic marketing isn't about spreading, it's about attracting. And now every DAO has two distinct functions. The one is the maintenance of the DAO as a structure, as an ongoing organization. And the other is the community. But there are two separate things. And I think that this is where the fundamental problem lies, is in that you have a set of governors which are caught between two completely different functions. And it creates a lot of stress and a lot of confusion and a lot of defocus. So I think within a DAO, it's relatively obvious. Those who are best at running the business side of it, running the organizational and financial side of it, do that. And those who attract the community do that. But to start mixing the two starts mixing themes, and that's where the complications begin.
The problem is that there's only there's three governors for the Harmonauts DAO in this multi-DAO meeting, and there's two from the community DAO. So it's we don't have any other option but to wear multiple hats at this point, because there isn't any other option. There's nobody showing up, like Ed said. I mean, we were elected, nobody's showing up, so we've been elected to represent our people. And again, if people want to make suggestions or think I'm doing bad, please reach out in any capacity. I think most people in here would at least agree that I like to communicate.
Well,
absolutely. I mean, if you're wearing two hats, you're wearing two hats.
It just reminds me of the other day when Megalodon reposted about one of the individuals, and I don't know the individual. Maybe his intent wasn't bad or anything, but great communication. You guys doing a space. You should have communicated this to the community. Like how do we know? Horrible communication by Harmony again. And first of all, it wasn't even Harmony, but like how many times did we post the space? How many times did we put it in every different Discord? It's in about probably like 10 different Discords.
And that's why I'm trying to throw forward that we have these spaces. We limit it it to time so that it's not unreasonable for somebody to listen to. But when we come up with, or maybe, you know, Raj has the ability to snip important stuff so they don't have to hear all this baloney, you know, snip out the important stuff. So make it really easy for people to keep up, you know, so we don't have to tweet on or share on every single social media platform. You know, we come up with something, we share it. People, you know, we have to write down the dot the I's and cross the T's about how long and where. Yeah, sorry.
I guess what I was saying, no matter what we do, somebody's gonna complain, and we just got to deal with that. But yeah, I think
we can hope they complain. You know, I'm open. I want people to complain so that they're participating. I welcome that. I invite you on if you're listening to this. We want complaints on other sides. That's the problem is we have. It seems like, you know, that we're one-sided because we're the only side showing up. That's how I see it. I mean, I welcome that. I mean, please come to the next duo of spaces here.
Oh, I hate complaints. I prefer positive or feedback. You know, constructive feedback.
Yeah, constructive criticism, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, to Butthead's defense, participation is participation. If you don't have any, right, you know, you got to start somewhere. So if you got people in there bringing their, bringing their luggage to the conversation, at least they're.
Well, that's the beauty of the DAO. That's why we're here. We want different perspectives. We want different ideas. We want different cultures, different views, different everything. Is, in my opinion, you know, and it's. But it is what it is. You know, you can want in one hand.
Guys, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Guys, go ahead, because I'm in a bit of a tricky situation. I'm on hands-free, but Raj's answer to Ed is actually the correct one, in my opinion. If Ed is a governor in his DAO, the Dev DAO, he can put forward proposals, and as a member of the Harmony Community DAO, as anyone is, because they hold like 101 or whatever, he equally has a right to put forward a proposal, as does Buttheads, and those proposals will be reviewed within the guidelines of the DAO by the acting governors. And really, you've got to remember the DAO is there to serve the wish of the people within the charter that's set up. So I just want to say I think Raj's answer is absolutely spot on. Raj, did I do justice to your answer?
Wait, what was my answer? I kind of missed that. I'm sorry.
Your answer was that basically if you're a governor in a DAO, you can make a proposal. So in Ed's case, if he wants to do it for his DAOs, he's involved in, that's fine. And also community members, I don't know about other DAOs, but in the case of the CDAO, they can make proposals, as can Buttheads. Those proposals will be, reviewed by, the process will be followed, and if those proposals are successful, they can be implemented. If there's any financial changes, we know that has to be put forward to the talk forum, but if not, there are other ways of doing it. And that really was the answer, is that's the best way to deal with the suggestions that have been made today.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of the current, or the process that's kind of been in place. And I've kind of tried to make it as open as possible. But yeah, it's just community participation has always been a struggle. But then, at the same time, I didn't appreciate the little participation I did get, because I see some other projects, and they have some bigger projects too, and they also have like very comparable participation. And I'm like, oh, okay, we actually did have like not as bad participation as maybe I would have kind of felt. But I think and this right now, I think this is a really good discussion. Again, I want to bring it to the purpose and like, what is I think, should we merge Harmony Community DAO and Harmonauts DAO? Should we keep them separate? What's the differentiating factor between the two? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of talking out loud.
Are you making that proposal? Is somebody making that proposal? Because somebody needs to go down on record.
What do people think? I want to get a temperature check of like, do people think that the Community DAO has a purpose, and what is that purpose, or the Harmonauts DAO?
I would just go on record saying that the official and unofficial relationship between the community DAO and Hog has gotten stronger over this year. Most recently, the current members of the CDAO voted in favor of purchasing Hog with the treasury funds. I mean, that's financially there. The Talk.1 or Snapshot vote had decent participation. I think it had like 5 votes, which is like way high. So, and again, I'm biased. I've been here, but it just seems like and I'll just throw it out there, since we have 3 out of 4 of the main DAOs. That's how Her was born. That the DAOs came together, and Meg came up with a beautiful name. We pushed forward. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I also did challenge a little bit, if you remember. I said, well, look, just do it. It's saying like, oh, we need to do a space. I said, look, just do a space of your own. And then really it would tie back to what Infinite comes back to, in that you've got to have participation. So the Her DAO, being independent of the DAOs, does actually create participation. It gives it gives an opportunity for not only projects in the ecosystem, should they choose to take it. I don't know if Fishbite's been on yet, by the way. Should they choose to take the opportunity or not, it's there to showcase them. It's an actual X space that they can join. So the CDAO can go on that X space. They can speak to the community that turns up. It's a draw in for people.
Yeah, and for the record, CDAO and Raj sponsored last week's Her, and Eddie came on 2 Hers ago, and me and Raj all geeked out on his game, like live on X Spaces recording. So yeah, we did. Yep. I had the VDAO, Validator DAO was the sponsor of the first SOF, and then the Community DAO sponsored the second SOF / Theo. And the third one is Harmonauts DAO.
May I introduce something perhaps completely radical here? And let's call it the law of reasonableness. That if something is reasonable, it happens. And how do you ensure that? Random selections from the community, perhaps, but a smaller, more agile structure. I've had a look at a couple of charters, and that was what struck me, is that they're terribly kind of like legal and strict and defined. And I kind of understand that from one perspective, but I see it as completely unnecessary from another perspective.
I agree, and it's funny because we have black, meaning very super structured in the community DAO, and white, meaning we maybe just wrote our first rule live on this call for the DAO. So yeah, that's would be my second part, or my part in the proposal would be to start slowly getting rid of the old charter, and slowly implementing a new one in some sort of fashion. Meg.
Is Meg having trouble unmuting?
No, I just didn't want to jump in. So guys, the CDAO is highly kind of there's a lot of rules there with the charter. It doesn't mean that that's actually correct. We all know that. The charter, in my opinion, could definitely be improved upon significantly, if not replaced. However, that takes time. I'm treading carefully here because I don't want to say anything that's kind of, upsetting to the people who have been the governors of the CDAO and what have you. But participation.
What you're saying is perfectly resonating with me. Yeah, you're on point.
Okay,
go, man, go. It's not recorded. It's not recorded,
yeah,
dude.
It doesn't. No, it's not about being recorded or not. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, and say that it's not getting the traction, and that's not actually the fault of the individuals involved. If you put in links to like CDAO stuff in Discord and what have you, it's probably just not going to get the traction that it used to get because we're in the middle of a bear market. So it's not down to the individuals who want to drive the CDAO forward. It's more to do with market conditions. It's more to do with the history. But there comes a point when you start getting into the nitty-gritty of it, saying, well, do we rewrite the charter? That's great. That's fine. But nobody's paying these individuals for doing that. So there comes a point at which somebody, and I guess I'm going to be that person, says, is it right to ask voluntary people to do that off their own back for no reward? I mean, Affirmation's already said, sorry, I was just going to say, Affirmation's already said, he's working, he's got a family, as a lot of us do. So, sorry, Raj.
Yeah, but he's still showing up. He's showing up. But Affirmation's showing up. No one else is showing up. Sorry, Raj.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing him one little bit. In actual fact, I'm kind of supporting him there, saying, is it right that we ask these people to do more?
These people are me and Affirmation.
Is it right that the thing is, I
think there's like we all have a genuine interest in this sort of this space. So I mean, me myself, the reason I'm not really doing much with the community DAO is I'm just like, I don't know, I don't really get why, like, what its purpose is at this point. Like, I get like, okay, maybe it can bring people together, do like events, but then it seemed like the community participation wasn't there. So I'm like, okay, what's the point? What am I doing with, like, I'm just doing donuts here.
What's your goal?
But now I'm sorry.
What's your
bottom
goal?
line is, Raj, you can do peace dance, and I can do my spaces, and that's kind of the way we went, right?
Right. Yeah, no, and to answer your question, Butthead, yeah, my goal was like kind of learning more, right? I was interested in the DAO idea, and just I didn't realize like I was gonna take charge of the DAO idea. So, but now that like and so I kind of took a step back because I'm like, I'm an idiot, I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe there's like yeah, so I just I'm taking a step, but now I'm trying to like, okay, maybe I think I really want to understand like this community like think kind of thing, and just like kind of understand like, all right, what's beneficial for this etheric community, And
then we still have spaces like Buttheads on a Sunday, We still have, it's not like people don't get together and talk from us as a collective.
That's true.
I'll volunteer to send you or whoever's interested a draft on DAO structuring and action.
I guess I'll go. I just want to state the obvious too, that I think in my opinion it's important to state the obvious, that the CDAO came to be in Harmony's somewhat heyday, right? I don't think it was built in the last bear, or came to fruition whenever they were launching the chain from testnet to mainnet. So I think it's important for us to think that when all this stuff was put into play, there's a bunch of assets, there's a bunch of moving parts. Now we're in the bottom of a bear, hopefully last leg down or sideways for a little bit. So it's two different people, or two different it's two different time periods, which maybe generates different people, and you can, in my opinion, you can tell the diehard people here at the bottom, but I think it's important for us to recognize that it's a different time than, even, we can say, oh, it's a year ago in real life is a big deal, but a year ago or a year and a half, 2 years ago in crypto times, like, a whole different time space continuum. So
Yeah, that was the point I was making as well. So I'm glad you feel the same way. Ed, I think Raj just asleep, so I'm just going to go Ed. Go for it, man.
Yeah, I think that we've been. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm out in the country a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we've been kind of dancing around. What I think I've heard Raj say. I know he's not on to here. Oh wait, he's on the Harmony one. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing with our life? That's a topic that's going to come up with this conversation a few times. I think I've heard him say it specifically a few times in this call.
Can I just say bingo?
Yeah, I think there's an aspect of like we've experienced what it's like to be in this community, in this space, and so many diehard people showing up and representing what can be possible, and self-sovereignty and community ownership, and just really just coming out of the woodwork and owning what we do with our lives. And there's an aspect of this that I want to make clear. It's not just that we're in the bear market. The network that this is somewhat centered around was attacked. It was defrauded for more value than it was worth. So there's another side of the equation of just like what are we doing here? I think we're very clearly proving what we believe and what we're learning and what we think will work in the next 10 years of what we can do with our lives. I know Raj and Butthead have risen to the top of the list as far as like people I would want to be working with in the future. Same with everyone on this call, to be honest. But the idea though of like what we're doing, I think, in my opinion, the community of Harmony, for instance, is battered. It's beaten. It's distraught. I think Harmony itself has a bad name. I mean, I know plenty of people that I'm very personal with, that I'm very close with, that when I talk to them, they don't want to hear that word. And it's because they were in the community. They were here. They bled, sweat, and teared over what we're working with. And, in my opinion, there is a future for what we're building and what we can do. I think that there's a need for us to define what we are and who we are and how we show up together that's bigger than Harmony and could actually bring the Harmony community back together. And I don't know what you would call it, but I do think that reformation is necessary at this time. In order for us to proceed, we need to reform, we need to regroup, we need to redefine what it is we're all doing here so that people who show up can feel good about being involved. Because right now, there's a huge and sticky shadow hanging over all of everything we're doing. And it needs to be addressed. Whether or not how everyone feels that should be addressed is up to everyone. But there's another side of it. It's just like, it feels to me like we're living in the new world and we're still calling ourselves British, but we're not British anymore. There's a certain part of us that's not anymore. No offense, Butthead or our British
Meg.
Oh, you're making me laugh, man.
And so, I don't know. What's up, man? Let's get some comments.
Hey, I just had one quick one. Maybe we're thinking too small. Affirmation and Raj joined the Harmonauts DAO and the community DAO. What if we just combined the Dev DAO and the Validator DAO, CDAO, and Harmonauts all together and call it whatever, or call it the Harmonauts DAO or whatever? Maybe I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, snap.
I mean, it sounds. I'm sorry, Meg. 1 second. It sounds feasible, but a lot of coordination will need to, and I'm not against it. figuring out like logistically, I don't know if that's probably the right word, but how things would function, like who's in control of this aspect, who's in control of this aspect. Yeah, I think
we'd already have our governors put in. There'd be multi treasuries. Right? Because I don't even know. I think does the Dev DAO even have a does the developer DAO even have a multi-sig? I know the VDAO and CDAO and Harmonious DAO do.
I mean, it could be operate similar to our government here in the States. You just have 3 branches, and
yeah,
I don't
right.
know what to call them. The executive
We combine
branch.
all the treasuries into one mega treasury.
No, or not.
Bro, we have like almost like $1,000 in.
Yeah, man, that'd be crazy. No, but facts, it would be a lot easier to sign transactions because it's impossible to sign transactions on these things.
Well, I mean, you'd already have your, whatever you'd want to call your higher members from each of the DAOs, and I've just thrown it out there. So yeah, I will call on Meg.
Okay, so interesting point, and I'm glad that Ed's made it, because here's what works and here's what doesn't work. What does work, so my hand keeps saying, what does work is Ed's. Okay, what does work is Ed's kind of enthusiasm for a decentralized environment. So whether it be his own project where his holders have a say in what happens, and I believe Ed personally is bullish on DAOs as a principle, which I am. I'm interested. I'm bullish on the decentralized aspect of what we're doing. However, what doesn't work is the DAOs currently and the way that they're structured on Harmony, in my opinion, and in the opinion of some other people. So that's the question. What do you want to achieve? Well, you want to achieve decentralization. Do you want to achieve community participation? Do you want to utilize actual tools that are built on Web3 to do so? That's fine. Do you do it within the constructs of what already exists, or do you do something differently? And I guess what Ed's kind of asking is, have we all moved on? Me personally, I moved on quite a long time ago, but I still support people. And if they want to carry on with this, I'm happy to keep turning up. I'm happy to keep supporting. And that's just my opinion.
Much appreciated, all your participation, Meg. There's your radar, Raj. How do you feel now? Or did Affirmation, did you have some more input on what you think about a super DAO? Is that even possible, or is that just too much? I mean, I'd only say it because it seems like Peace and Love is the person on the VDAO. Maybe Patrick, but maybe I'm speaking of that's just from how I view it. And I think in the last month and a half, my tweets or posts are backed up on the Dev DAO in the main channel. So I just put that out there because there's just not much going on separately. So I thought maybe we could accomplish more officially together.
Sounds interesting. I like what Megalodon said about community engagement as a purpose, and like the DAO can just be a community engagement maxi kind of, and just like try and max out that stat.
Well, I mean, isn't the community the validators? Isn't the community the developers? Isn't the community the DeFi aspect? I don't know, throwing that out there too. Isn't the community the recovery effort? I mean, we could you could just the community DAO, or whatever could be the umbrella with subs or whatever. Yeah.
Your dad's texting you?
No, I like the idea of the super DAO, and if I'm not mistaken, Ed's actually the Dev DAO, correct?
Yeah, you're rugging a little bit. Yeah, he's the only Dev DAO that I know for sure. I'm sure they're
with 6,000 followers on the CDAO at the minute. Then bear in mind as well that the X account for the CDAO is pretty important. You can put them all under one umbrella, kind of on the back end perhaps, but on the front end it might still be beneficial. I'm just putting this out there as an idea to keep the identities there, even though on the back end it may all be one. You don't want to start a new X account and lose 6,000 followers.
No, but the community DAO, why couldn't the community DAO be the everything DAO? Since community is validators, community is dev, developers
that's
community
what I
is
said on the
DeFi
back
tokens.
end. That's what I said on the
just-
back end. It can be everything,
Hmm.
but for example, I would suggest maybe think hard about not rebranding it to a new thing with a new account. That's all.
I vote the host doesn't raise his hand anymore.
Okay,
I didn't, you know, like sometimes there's thoughts going on, and I want, like, if there's a thing going on, I don't want to interrupt that stream of thought. But shoot, now I forgot what I was gonna say. No, okay, I remember. One visual that I thought of that could be kind of cool is, like, you know, Transform or Power Rangers or something. You know, the robots, they come together, and then
Voltron.
we're like a super DAO. But then when we get powerful and stuff, we can come apart again.
Yes.
And, like,
yes. Smoke some more. I agree, man. Do it.
So the Voltron DAO.
nice.
Yeah.
H-Volt. Just to clarify, the DevDAO probably has like 2 governors that could be contacted that are overseeing the multisig. I don't think there's much more than maybe $100 in it, but we still have 9 governors, and it would probably be pretty tough to wrangle them all even to transfer the DAO, including, like, I have like some ETH locked up in it that I have to basically try to figure out if that's even possible. But yeah, I mean, there is a question that I have, like, so most of you probably know that I'm basically forking Harmony and creating a game development focused network based on the software. We're, the code is still Harmony. We're not actually we're running, basically just running Harmony, but on our network. How does everyone feel about those two things being involved with each other? Is that even a thing? That how does that even sound? Like, it just in trying to face off with the fact that we are here, this is where we are. We're not even trying to have like financial assets on the chain. It's just focused on gaming. Is that a part of this, as far as, like, the ability to bring everyone together and to have that celebrated?
I mean, in my own opinion, you'd have to have officially some sort of line in the sand, where maybe
Did I get rugged?
you
Is no one? I think I got rugged.
Oh yeah. Are you?
Can you hear?
Butthead
Can
was
you hear
responding.
Hello?
Oh, he can't hear no one.
Ed, can you hear me?
Poop. I can hear you.
Ed.
Yeah, no,
can
I
hear
don't
both
think
of
Ed
you.
can hear anyone. Ed, everyone speak so it gets the speaking thing going. Hopefully he'll realise that he needs to drop down, come back up again, and then he'll be able to hear. Yep, he's
Yeah,
realised.
looks like he's dropped.
He's pretty smart, really. Give him that.
Yeah, he has a great philosophy and a good way of speaking, and a way of speaking that I understand, and a calm speaking. So yeah, I appreciate it and his wisdom too.
He doesn't always agree with me though, which is a bit annoying. But
That's better though, isn't it? Hey, I wanted to acknowledge we did have yogurt in there for a second.
No, because I was right.
Well, you're always right. We all know that.
Well, I know, but I hate being right, but I always get proved to be right. But yeah, my opinion was, I'm going to diverse, but yeah, fish food should not have to be claimed daily. But that's a different matter. We had a little battle, and I think is fish food still claimed daily, Ed?
Still claimed daily unless you enter a fight pool, and then it stacks.
So there you go. Ed got his own way, and
isn't it only like a couple fish a day or something though? A couple fish food a day?
Yeah, per fish. Each fish yields, I think it's 1. It could be raised for sure.
Yeah, if you threw like a 0 or 2 on there, I'd be more inclined. just saying, putting that out there.
So this new network is not like built on Harmony then at all. It's not doing any transactions on Harmony or anything. It's not an L2 of Harmony.
No, it is a separate network altogether. It uses the Harmony code base that's the closest, and we're effectively airdropping the entire token supply to validators that have ran on Harmony since 2022, and so it's essentially owned by the validators from Harmony. Those are the two overlaps.
So it doesn't right. So there's a lot of people on this surf thing, or forgive my ignorance, I only got told about it by Rob, who are ex-Harmony community members. So realistically, it's a chain for ex-community members, and a combination of current ones.
Yeah, it is meant to. It honestly, based on how Harmony is organized, the concern arose that if Steven decides that he doesn't want to run the network anymore, there's nothing we can do, and it would just die.
I mean, personally, I have no issues with it, although I'm probably not going to engage very much because there are people on there that don't like me. And because those people don't particularly like me, I don't particularly like them. So I'll leave it at that. But I wish you all the success.
Wanted to throw out there, we've missed some pretty good community members that came in here. Maybe we didn't acknowledge them when they took off. Yogurt was in here and Krill was in here. So yeah, if we can try to be like, hey guys, try to include as much as we can, because I think we might get stuck in our thing. But what I was saying,
yeah, I actually
earlier,
invited Krill up.
Really?
And Anunnaki, if you want to come up and speak, you're perfectly welcome.
Nice. I think Ed, as long as you obviously show an interest in Harmony. It's not like you're just like ditching out. So I think as long as you came on wearing your Harmony hat. But yeah, I mean, there's two ways to, officially do it. I mean, would it be just a verbal thing like the DAOs are coming together, or there could be like an official vote thing to have, super governors or something like that too. So I don't know. I mean, but if you just came as you could come as representing your chain, because maybe you'll have a niche that, we could rub each other's back, so, or work out the animosity between like what Meg was just describing. I don't know any of that. I know there's a bunch from multiple reasons. So yeah, I mean, maybe it's beneficial.
Yeah, I think generally, in my mind, Serve is intended to be made for the Harmony community more than the Harmony leadership. It's essentially attempting to resolve the problem that is, we are a community that has no leaders, that its leadership has divorced itself from the community pretty staunchly. We have had Soph and some of the members but they feel, I've spoken to these guys. I don't want to name exactly whom, but they're in the same kind of dismay of what's going on and how things have gotten. And so in some ways it's intended to be, a way forward for the community more than anyone. That what we have built is something that's really great in our community alone. And so, yeah, that's the main reason I do want bring it up, is just I don't really know how to approach the subject gracefully, because in some ways I'm sure someone doesn't want to hear what I have to say about, the failings of the network and specifically its leadership. And so there's a sensitivity that I want to have for that. And then also I feel like we're here for you more than your own leadership is. And so in some ways I'm curious if anyone's having a kind of hopefulness from it, because that is intended to be its mission, is to give the community hope again. That the network is great, the community is great,
and we got fucked over by failure, and we're just dealing with it. We've been dealing with it, and yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't want to give people the feeling that I'm doing wrong by Harmony or the community. That's entirely the opposite of the mission, but yeah, it's 100% something separate. It's entirely divorced and fresh and new, and yeah, even like so much so that we made a deliberate effort to not just inherit the tokens that existed previously, or like pick up where the hack happened. Like one of the initial theories was we should just make the Genesis, built from the snapshot of the day before the hack, and try to just move forward that way. But there's a lot of what do you call it? There's a lot of problems in having capitalism be the driving force. Like basically, even though you guys have been diehard and championing the community, ultimately whoever comes in now, and if things were to return, whoever buys at the bottom is going to make out better than anyone. If you are successful, and so yeah, yeah, I've been wanting to kind of bring it up eventually, but I want to make it clear that like I'm not trying to do a takeover. I do think that what we're offering is worth the Harmony community's attention, and yeah, I think that unfortunately our community's name has been tarnished by the hack, by a lot of the things that have happened from the leadership.
Do you take on board it? Sorry, I tried to cut you off. I didn't mean to. Carry on. I thought you finished.
That's a good spot. Good.
Do you take on board the fact that because of the people that make up this new network, there may be issues with people joining it, like myself, and that's going to deter people away from it?
How do you mean exactly? Like,
it's very much the old guard of Harmony that's doing it, right?
I mean, you mean like
the individuals involved?
Peace, Love, and Patrick, and myself.
I'm not going to name names.
I mean, if there is specific individuals that you're concerned with, I would love to hear names named. I don't think anyone, like, it came up early on when we, huh?
They will.
Is that just me, or is it?
No, he's rugging a little for me too.
Honestly, when we started the mission, it came up that there was bad blood between some of the members that have been integral in starting the network for Serve, from the old, community drama that may have come up or gone down. And one of the first things I did was basically say, like, I pulled the people aside and said, like, if you have a problem, let's talk it out. Let's deal with this, because realistically, this is much bigger than either of you and your issues with each other. And honestly, the difference in opinion is minute. I don't think either of you has like any weight to carry this water anymore. And I think it's more just unaddressed frustration and disrespect that you don't want to, hold on, or you don't want to deal with, and that's fine. And ultimately, those individuals still do not like each other, and the project persists. So I would love to kind of deal with that if it comes up, because realistically, we're going to have to deal with it. I love Patrick, I love Rob, I love a lot of these guys that are participating, Kev and all these guys. But if we disagree about something, the network can't fail because of it. So we need to be able to disagree. We need to be able to speak openly and call someone, out if we feel like it needs to be called. And yeah, I hope that's how we can differ. Yeah. So is there a concern that you would be, even if you don't want to name names, but just like, what is the concern that arises from the old guard, as you put it?
I've already said it. Just it's not very appealing to me to enter into what may be a hostile situation for myself. But that's fine because I'm an investor, so I vote with my money. So I don't have to be involved if I don't want to be involved, which is cool.
Yeah, but not kind of trying to convince you about it. That's definitely not my concern, or like my intention to make it about you or any particular thing. But if there is something, I guess that occurred that you feel is relevant to the character of the network and how it can operate, I would love to hear it.
No, it's not to do with the character of the network. I kind of wish you guys very well. It's just the only time it comes together is the question. The kind of what you were alluding to was how do you feel with representation with the Harmony community as present with that network, and all I'm saying is, well, I may have some objections to it on a basis that it's not very welcoming for myself. That's all. But in terms of the integrity of the people involved that I'm aware of, I don't have any questions with that. And you can take that as a compliment.
I hear that. Hog, did you have something to add, or is this something separate?
I just wondered if I could bring it back to Harmony stuff.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, I think it's a good point Ed brings up with the serve protocol, possible just distrust with the whole idea of a blockchain project building off of Harmony. I think Ed, I like the idea. I think it's a cool. I think the idea makes sense in my brain at least, and for me personally, this is just has been my own belief throughout, just being with Harmony and stuff, is that Harmony is kind of like a multi-chain project. And the whole idea of Harmony is that you have different, sounds and vibrations that sound good together. So I think if Serve protocol and Harmony protocol worked well together, built off each other and helped each other grow, then it's obviously it's like a mutual beneficial thing. Then I think it's good, even if it's one side doesn't benefit as much. I think it's still as long as like what you said, it being a community resource in a way. I think that's kind of what's key here, because I like the idea of having community participation as the main metric, and just trying to max that out. I think Megalodon, I think that was a cool idea. I'm kind of latching on to that now. But yeah, Hog, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I appreciate what you're doing, Eddie, and I get why you're doing it, and I respect that it's also a branch off of Harmony. It is Harmony in its previous state. That's cool, but as far as Harmony and the hack, I think that's easily recoverable. I think it came on so quick. What was DeFi Kingdoms was doing that every day, I think, at one time. So the money, that's not a problem. And I no disrespect to people that were seriously affected by the hack. I obviously was too, but I think the technology is there. It won't take a couple projects and a little momentum with the market overall. But I think, yeah, and totally kind of what Raj was saying was, Harmony's wanted to play nice and be a bridge to other chains. So, I think if and when, I don't even know, if you could partner with is that a thing you'd even be wanting to do, is have a bridge across, that'd be symbolic to me.
And just a quick add on there is that I'm also a Findora validator. I'd like to validate for Harmony actually, but it's a lot of stake you got to get to, so I'd have to figure that out. But Community DAO has, as a governor of the Community DAO, being a Findora validator, I think it's just kind of that's just who I am, and that's just it's I don't directly promote Findora and Harmony or anything like that, but it's more this is if there's some community event or if I'm hosting a space as my pSense account, it's going to say Findora Validator on it. And I actually changed that to be more Academy focused. But yeah, I think me personally, I like the idea of Harmony being like multi-chain oriented. Sorry, Megalodon, or yeah.
Oh, it's fine. The question's slightly skew if anyway, because if you're asking what the members of the CDAO feels about Serve, then you yourself are a member of the CDAO, whether you wish to participate or not, because you are a member of the Harmony community. If Serve wishes to take over the DAOs on Harmony, it'd be pretty easy for them to do so, or to have an impact. So realistically, it's a case of numbers. Serve has more numbers than what the Harmony community does that's active in the DAOs. So it's kind of like, there's more of you than what there is of us anyway. So who's to stop you?
Yeah, I think that there is a question of, I'm in a kind of difficult position in some ways, because I love the Harmony community, and currently, I got to be honest, like I am building my business assuming that Harmony is not necessarily going to make it, and that's a challenge. Like I don't feel good saying that, but it's 100% like how my finances are organized, because like the writing seems to be on the wall in a lot of ways, that we can't get new projects, that we can't get new developers, that people are not interested in participating in a way that's ideological in a lot of ways because of the hack and because of just the absent leadership. The problem is then I have this large body of people that I love, and into bring into like their own success, and ultimately we have a conflict in what we believe the future holds, and so in some ways I do hope that the Harmony community will support Serve as an option for them, and where they can live and where they can hold residency in their mind and online, and think of us, we run Harmony. It is exactly the code we run, and so we contribute to the Harmony code base. We are core developers. There are several ex-core members that are involved with Serve's foundation, and because of a lot of the same reasons I'm bitterly admitting in this call, is just they felt wronged by the people who are in charge, and they've all moved on, all of them, and the ones that stayed are completely absent from the network. And so, yeah, in my mind, it is a challenge to be essentially trying to pick up the network and move it forward for the community, and making it clear that it is their community, that this is the two token. So whether or not that can be communicated effectively, from here, and people can feel like it's worth their time. It's not the same, we're not building the same thing. So it's not, I can understand if you just don't want to be involved. But it is intended to be, a service for the community. And so I do hope that, that something comes through with that, and that there's a feeling of that this is a bit just a part. We're a chain, a neighbor, in some ways a sibling network, and so I'm not asking for money or anything, but just for the sense that people think of it as their own. We are building it, and the people who are building it are the same people who have been running the VDAO, running the CDAO, and are kind of
coming to terms with what might be going on with the network that we love. Yeah, I'll kind of get off that soapbox for a minute though.
Well, I want you to get back on it because, well, okay, expand upon it if you don't mind, because, or at least direct some type of reference material, because when I do a space and I get a project on, it's all very well hearing why someone wants to do something, but unfortunately it comes down to a bit of the nitty gritty occasionally. So do you have any documents somewhere with token distribution, anything like that? Because it's all very well saying this is what we want to do, but we need, you know, if you expect people to invest in it, they need to have that. And maybe it does exist. I just haven't found it yet. And do you have detailed, you know, documents of how the token is going to be distributed, what the supply is, the issuance schedule, things like that?
Yeah. Serveprotocol.com and serve.services has it right now. There's a white paper outlining kind of what the way things will work. The vote is going to go into place in the next coming weeks around the exact token launch. But essentially, it treats the network similar to Bitcoin allocation, where the only people who are getting tokens are network operators, and everyone else is kind of involved with and working with them if they want to buy into the tokens. So the foundation runs several networks, or not servers rather. So we're planning to run less than 15 servers to start the network. And each one of those that we run will receive the same as any validator that runs the network. That will be the only token allocation for the foundation and for operations perpetually. What's up, Meg?
Well, Raj was first, so but maybe you can answer me after you've answered Raj. I'll put it in there. Do you allow community validators?
Absolutely.
But I'll let Raj go. Right, so it's open access then. If I want to spin up a validator on this network, I am free to do so. Or is there a council that will prohibit people from doing that? Like Hedera. Well, actually, no. Hedera will have community ones, but the price is excessive. Bad example. Forget that. So it's open source. Anyone can spin up a validator. Not open source. Open permission. Sorry.
It's permissionless.
Long day at work.
Yes. Yeah. So currently, the token supply is pretty low because it is intended to eventually basically allow the community to vote to allocate tokens for onboarding projects and other things. But yeah, there's a little bit of a struggle as far as new people if you've never ran a validator to get involved, because basically you'd have to work with the validator community to get the tokens that you would need. Right now, there's some discussion around lowering the threshold to become an external validator, and so yes, anyone can run an external validator. The internal nodes are hard coded into the Harmony binary, and there is an SV DAO that's set up to basically decide which of the validators will run these more expensive nodes, and essentially not earn rewards for doing so. And let me see. So yeah, anyone can be. It's the same kind of network, same kind of architecture, same kind of everything, except the foundation, the people who are starting the network are not the majority stakeholders anymore. Myself and the 9 other people, or 8 other people, plus or minus a handful, are not being compensated directly, or even really expected to be compensated directly for starting the network. We all are intending and expecting to find ways to use the network to find ways to make it worth our while. And so, yeah, the only people who will get tokens when the network launches are the previous, I think it's 233 validators that will be issued 64,000 tokens each. I think it's 14.9 million will be issued on day one. And every validator that wants to operate will initially need 10,000, but that's being actively discussed. So basically, if you wanted to run one, you'd have to talk to a validator and negotiate some kind of a deal. We probably should lower the threshold, to be honest, but yeah, as far as getting that information, we are still working on documentation updates and getting that ready. Rob's been working on that pretty extensively, and yeah, I've been kind of working pretty hard on getting the testnet launched. What's up, Meg?
Are you in contact with every single validator that's going to be given these tokens?
We've done our best to reach out. We have a list that we're stepping through, and basically just knocking on doors, making sure they know. We have about, I think the last count was about 30 validators that have been told that are excited to just turn on their node and point it in the right direction. And so really the threshold has been met, and we're hoping that a large number of the other validators will be willing to sell into the proposal portal we're setting up. So basically, you'll be able to buy into the tokens. Developers are specifically going to be able to buy in so that they can use the network to run their games, and they'll be buying them from validators largely.
No, appreciate the answers there, and apologies if that felt like I was putting you on the spot. I didn't mean to. And it's not a personal question, as in me actually running a validator. It's just in my spaces I have a kind of duty of care to ask, and this is not my space. I accept that. However, if I'm speaking on a recorded space, I feel I always have an obligation to kind of ask a couple of questions to cover some basic points. So I appreciate your answers.
Yeah, and it's nice and informative for anyone who's interested, and that kind of brings up the point too of so like if we get down to brass tacks a little bit, what like is Serve protocol going to basically be like in a way an offboarding from Harmony onto Serve, or because if that's the case, then there's like a conflict of interest between like the Harmony community DAO or whatever, right? Because it has the Harmony name, and it should be promoting the Harmony ecosystem. So like how does Serve benefit, like maybe I should ask, how does Serve benefit the Harmony community? Like other than offboard like offboarding from Harmony to Serve.
The easiest way to kind of address that is the biggest thing, and this is a kind of conflict-laden answer and question, like what does Serve give Harmony, and specifically what does Serve provide the Harmony community? What value does Serve provide to the Harmony community? I think is a really good question, rather than just Harmony broadly. Serve intends to provide the answer to the question that you found yourself asking during this call several times. Like, what am I doing with my time? Like, Serve is intended to serve the Harmony community, the people who actually run the network, the people who are out here soapboxing for how it can be helpful to business, to small, artists, to all these people. It's intended to be a proof of concept that networks can actually run by their operators, and we don't need some collegiate, MIT, Apple retiree board of directors basically just taking the large sum of the value from the network that we make valuable. And so as far as like what it goes into the future of the Harmony ecosystem, I do think that there's a clear argument that the fact that Serve exists speaks volumes for the quality of the network architecture that Harmony runs on. That realistically we are a kind of proof that this network is great. that the code is wonderful, that great minds have made it possible, and poor leadership has ran it into the ground. And unfortunately, that was happening before the hack. I do think that the hack is a problem that is not, it's constantly, I think it's just it's damaging people's vibe. Like, we have a lot of community members that they spend a lot of time in Discord, in the Harmony Discord, like literally letting grief out on to just anyone who happens to walk by, because they're fucked up about what happened and all that they've put in. So I do think that we should be, Serve does work on the same code, so we contribute in that way, as bug fixes are found, as advancements are made. We will work well with Harmony forever. As long as Harmony exists, the Serve will be helping secure the code base. All the projects that exist on Harmony will be able to work on Serve seamlessly, and the back and forth will be very easy. Making things happen on Serve actually makes it more affordable to do certain things on Harmony, but Harmony is pretty affordable at this point because it's not widely used. I think for a lot, this is where it gets interesting, and to the question of what does it do for the Harmony community? In my experience, from being involved with a lot of developers who've made things on Harmony, it serves them. It gives them a place to deploy their code again, that they'll be able to take something that they've made and give it a new home. And that's a kind of conflict-laden answer, but they are still in the community, even though they're not. Maybe they're not. Maybe the question is is a project that's not on the network anymore a part of the community anymore? Maybe they're not. But if they are, then we're giving them a place to be. Meg, did you have something?
Well,
I
real
did, yeah.
fast, I think that's a good point. That that was actually going to be my next question. Is how is the chains compatible with each other? So dApps that you create on one chain, you can just deploy to the other chain, and maybe having that sort of and it sounds like that's the case. So having that, having a community that can build things on either chain but still work together, I think that sounds beneficial to me, and I can see that kind of angle on it. Sorry, Megalodon, go ahead.
No, I was going to comment on that. That sounds very good in principle, and I wish you the best of luck in if you put that forward as a benefit for the Harmony community using Serve. I wish you the best of luck in making sure that community on Serve is welcoming to people in the Harmony community. But only time will tell with that one. And the only other question I have to ask is, what's your Blockchain Explorer like?
Yeah, the Blockchain Explorer is in development. It's very
It's got to be better than Harmony, right?
I believe it will be. But initially it will be running an Explorer. I think it's surprising how expensive an Explorer can be, but right now I think one of the biggest things that we're trying to do with addressing the kind of challenges of an Explorer is actually focusing on making the chain targeted at developers rather than end users. So at least you don't have every user that's on the network having to deal with the challenges of some of the tooling not being as user friendly, but maybe developer friendly. But yeah, I mean, I'm focused on the Explorer right now. Not this moment, but it's on my plate. It's basically as soon as I get the testnet launched, it's one of the first things I'm going to be working on. With one of the ex DevDAO governors, but yeah, it's a big challenge to set up all the infrastructure. Our main three pieces are the Explorer, the staking portal, which is almost ready to share, and this proposal portal, which will be how people will be able to buy tokens from any other chain, including Harmony. And so, yeah, I think getting the adoption that we need to get in order to make a network of any kind thrive, I think is a challenge that all networks are facing. And our mission is basically to hide the network, to hide the network from users, to empower developers to build things without having to train every user on all of the intricacies of blockchain. And that goes all the way down to making the Explorer meant for if we can build it so that it's meant for developers to use it, I think we'll have an easier time in some ways. Whereas if we build it expecting every user to be interacting with it, there's just going to be a lot more conflicts that come up. But yeah, I think one of the other things that I just want to circle back to of like what we can do for the community, I think I hope that what we end up with is something that gives us a space to occupy to weather the storm. If Harmony survives and if things work out fine, then great. Honestly, there's a difference in what we're focused on, and our success does not hamstring Harmony in any way. I don't think. Like, we're not targeting the same goals. Like Butthead was saying a second ago. I think he jumped off. Butthead was saying a second ago about like what it would take to fix recovery. Our goals are getting users and getting games to have a place to have perpetual data stored, so that game developers don't have to run game servers in order for a game to remain active. That's not even the same mission as Harmony. And so I do think that I think that there's a path where we will just be next to it. Right next to it, we'll be able to help Harmony's code base be sustained, lower operational costs in that way, and hopefully just take off in some way and provide the value that we mean to provide, which is a more limited production use case, and in some ways trying to operate out of the US, dealing with the fact that the US does not want finance to be handled in a decentralized way, because they currently wield an extreme amount of power over people, and they didn't think they'd have to defend it. So one of the things, before I let you get in there, Meg, is like, we're just trying to focus on games and take a step back from the financial side of things so that we can legally operate, which is different.
That's pretty sweet. And so like in a way you're kind of alongside Harmony, and you're like, hey, we think we could do it this way, and anything that gets developed on either side are kind of cross compatible, so both ecosystems can benefit one another. Is maybe one way of thinking of it. And then I just wanted to take a moment to say hi to Anunnaki. Welcome up. Just wanted to welcome you up and say hey. And SCOTUS, welcome to the space. If you want to speak, you're perfectly welcome to request the mic. And if you have any thoughts on your mind, feel free. Sorry, Megalodon, go ahead. And Anunnaki, feel free to say hi and introduce yourself if you want.
Hi guys. I'm Space Whale for this, if you that don't know me. I'm just here to listen. I'm not really, I don't know what to say.
Well, welcome, man. Yeah, Megalodon, go ahead.
I was just going to suggest if there is any kind of bad blood between the two of us, could we like meet up and have like a game of rugby or American football at some point and have a bit of friendly competition?
Me?
No, surf versus the sea or something. You know what I mean?
Oh man, ultimately, I don't want to. I feel like I've already stolen our main like players. We'd go. we've got a lot of MVP developers and guys running around. But
no, I actually meant an actual physical game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Patrick's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's. But
I don't know.
I think that's the challenge of it, though, right? Like, we're multi-chain. Like, we've been multi-chain for years. We've been focused on a multi-chain. Like, that's where we've been going. And so, like, EasyNode is set up on Findora. It's set up on Harmony, and it is going to be set up on Serve. And that's a big, interesting part of where we're going. And realistically, it's like the biggest thing that Serve is offering, honestly. And I've kind of gone into this thing a lot of times, is we're offering a lack of greed. Like, that's the biggest thing that we're offering. We're trying to solve a problem, and we're not trying to be greedy. And like that in itself is pretty like that is pretty challenging, to be honest. It's hard to actually not be asking for money. And realistically, the only reason we're able to do it is because we are involved with a lot of things. Like I work on a farm, I work at a nonprofit, and I volunteer in my community. I run Serve. I have a bunch of things I'm doing. All of them generate a little bit of income. The nonprofit I work at does the most, but all the work I'm doing for Serve, there's no golden parachute for me. There's only this works and it serves the community, or it doesn't. And so in some ways, that's the same thing that's happening with Rob and with Patrick and with all of the people who are showing up. Bad at Blockchain is doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Tel Chakra is coding up the staking portal right now. And none of them, they're all doing it because they believe in what we're doing. Like they think that we got a bad hand, but we have a miraculous thing that we've built together, and that's our community. And that's why it's kind of tough to be like, considering this to be considered antithetical to Harmony in some ways, because it is Harmony. It's just new management. It's and so yeah, I don't know. I don't want to face off. I'd love to realize that like the same people that made the old community great are building this new thing. And hopefully, hopefully that message can come across. I think the other part of it is like, legitimately, it's not intended to be a speculative asset. We're not really looking for investments. We're looking for developers to use it. One of the biggest things is like, I've been on calls with the team at DFK a number of times, especially related to Fish Fight and with kind of working together with them. They would not allow for me to bridge. Like they didn't want to support anything to do with Harmony. And they're out. They hard stop. Like they're not involved. But it's not the code. It's the way that they were treated. It's the code. It's not the code. It's the leadership and how things happened. But like ultimately, that's where we're hoping to renew what we can do. Like we can immediately have this project, which was a major part of the community, like that has zero interest in being involved with us again, would be happy to be involved with Serve because they know what we're doing and they can see everything that's going on behind it. And so it's a really we're in a weird spot as a community, and I want to try to just recognize that I don't want this to sound disrespectful. Like, I'm fighting for the community that I love. I'm using a different flag, but it's the same people underneath it. So yeah, I think the harmony in Serb community, it's like that scene in Braveheart where the Irish show up. Is it the Scottish? I don't remember exactly which.
It's the Scottish, yes.
The Scottish, they run into the field and we're about to face off, and you got like Stephen and Lee on the back being like, watch this is going to be great, and then we run up and hug each other because we're the same people. Yeah.
I haven't seen that film because it's about Scots people.
It's
and I'm English.
It's officially been rated as the most historically inaccurate film made recently.
That I can believe. I think that there are some similarities between the Serb community and the community that still exists in Harmony. And it probably is best to celebrate the things that they have in common as opposed to what the differences are. And the thing that people have in common is that at some point, the people in both communities have called Harmony their home, whether it be the first blockchain they actually used, using dApps, using sites, the first blockchain they were rugged on, or even the first blockchain they launched the rug on. Who knows? You know what I mean? But at some point, we all, had some part at different time periods. Particularly me, because I came in later. Pre-DFK, but still, I didn't come for DFK. I came before DFK. At some point, we have all called Harmony our home. And like you say, some people are a little bit disheartened. They want to try something different. Great.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a certain question of like, just kind of bringing it back to Harmony for a second. Like, what do we do? What do we actually do to deal with I don't even call it FUD. I'd call it like fucking spite. There's spite in our community. Like, you can't wander into the Discord or any of the social spaces that used to be like the first time I was starting to get involved in blockchain, going back to that you just said about like the first time I was rugged. But like I came to Harmony trying to build on Cardano, a simple project. It doesn't matter what it was, but I basically went around to a couple of the more affordable EVMs because I was realizing like I need EVM support. I need like these smart contracts that are fully functional. And I poked my head into the different Discords, and one after another, it was just like either crickets or it was like being talked down to and being kind of treated like a serf because I was still figuring things out. And I remember, I don't know if it was JCR or who it was, but I remember jumping into the Harmony Discord and it feeling like a strange, like what is that, the Breakfast Club, where it just felt like a nice guy just walked up and was like, oh cool, you like crypto? Yeah, let's talk about it. And just like welcoming me. And it's been like that pretty much ever since. Like that there's just been time after time of just the most human focused. That's what I've always thought about Harmony as, is like the most human focused blockchain. Like we've done a lot of things, but regardless of like social impact or whatever it is, it's always been focused on people and trying to like make value for people and equate that to some way that this will make this work in the long term. And honestly, that's what won me over. That's why I, volunteered and busted my ass to try to make this network really thrive. And that's been just, upended. It's fucking died. It wasn't the hack. I mean, I think the hack was devastating, but it was the lack of like all hands on deck. Like, let's do this. Let's figure this out. Let's turn things around. Let's keep the emotional state of things going like they were. Let's keep our people united. And it was first it was being stonewalled, and then it was talking about some other things, and it's just we've created this disgusting kind of attitude of people in the space that are left that honestly it's to a point of just like we need to clean up New York. We need to get the cities able to be lived in again. There's no one who wants to be in a place where like every time you come to see what's going on there's someone just talking really like callous and hateful shit in the chat, and it's not going to work, like no matter what, and like nobody wants to be around that. And so while I get like we all got screwed, but we're all like anyone who's still here doesn't need to hear that shit. Soph and Theo, they're in the Discord every fucking day getting badmouthed by assholes and doing a bang up job. Like really kicking all the asses that they can, doing everything that they can to make things better, and still being like spoken to as if they're some peon that fuck you. I don't know. It feels to me like until we start having these like hard thoughts and hard conversations around what we are now, not where were we were, what were we, how what we came from was great. Who gives a shit what was great? Like it feels like the guy at the bar at the end of the bar is just like, when I was a kid, shit was this way and I miss it. It's like, go fucking go back in time or die and give it another try, because it's over. We're here now. Let's figure out what we can do now. But yeah, I don't know.
That's what people are doing.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what people are doing in the CDAO. That's what people are doing in the Her space. That's what people are doing.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're doing at Serve. And really, I think that there's a contingent of like what we're doing that wants to basically not serve the Harmony community, and in some ways it makes sense. There's negative branding involved with it, but I really do hope that we can at least think of each other as brothers in this world. Like we are the same community with just a different directive in this case. And I honestly, I hope that in some ways, as we go, we give the leadership pause to think about the choices that they make and the way that they act, that we act as an example of how things can be, so that they get their shit together. Yeah.
Yeah, Megalodon, go for it.
What does the Serve community need from the Harmony community? What's your ask? Sorry if I'm asking questions like your project, but it's kind of within my mindset. It might be beneficial to kind of.
So this is perfect for a community discussion.
Yeah. It might be beneficial to work through these things. You know what I mean? You can come up on another space, and all of a sudden you've got the answers because you've already thought them.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is not think of us as a threat. We're not trying to end Harmony at all. We're not going after the same biscuits. So I think that would be the thought. Would be that they think of us as their network, just the same. And if not, then just give us space to cook. We'll see what we come up with. But yeah, I want to basically establish what we're doing as providing service. We're trying to create a thing that works and lives on beyond like anyone that's there to start it. And so, yeah, just consider us just a service that they could participate in or not. If they can find value and if they can log things. Yeah.
So personally speaking, I'll just come back if you don't mind, Raj. I like that answer because that's the answer that I look for when I speak to founders, particularly. I don't want to hear, look, I'm trying to address this problem or this project is wrong, and I'm doing this because it's a solution. If a project, or in this case, a network says, we want to be this. We want to do it because this is our belief system and this is what we want to offer you. That's all I need to know. So I think that's an excellent answer, Ed.
Thank you. Yeah. Like I said, I want to serve the Harmony community. Like that's the point of Serve. It's meant to just be its own thing. It's meant to provide value. It's meant to prove its worth to the people who run it and the people who choose to use it, and gives people a place to have their values matter, because that's why we're doing it. We don't. So, yeah. I would like it to be what we kind of dreamed things could be with Harmony. Not to be. That might not sit well with some people to hear it that way. But when we showed up for the CDAO, when we showed up for the VDAO and the DevDAO and all these things, there was this sense that the community was really cooking. It was on a level that was really impressive and powerful, and that for some reason created a divide between the core and the rest of us. I pretty well remember things seemed a little more unified before those things took off. And then like some of the VDAO seemed like not feeling like they were paid correctly, or there was things that seemed to just make the core team kind of recoil from the whole community in a lot of ways. And yeah, I would love to just prove that what we wanted to do can actually work. And yeah, I hope that's what we end up doing.
I think as well, you're going to appeal to Harmony users very much so, I think, because of that. Because you're sharing similar values there. But nobody in this space could actually say that they're a Harmony Maxi. It'd be hypocritical of anybody here, except for maybe Recovery. But I think that's Raj on that anyway. Because, I've got an Ethereum NFT, Raj is a Findora validator, the Anuki Club, or I can never pronounce your name, dude. So anyway, you've been big in MTV, Affirmation. You're over in different blockchains as well, so it's nothing new to anybody else.
Yeah, and I just had an idea, so what if Serve is like the dApp development platform, and then Harmony is kind of like the polished, user-friendly, once it gets to polished, user-friendly state, you send it to Harmony, where you have more more user, more basic user experience. Lots of abstractions.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that we're trying to do that we can only do because we're coming in it now versus earlier in the history, one of the biggest things that we're trying to consciously do is kind of wash away a lot of the Web3 branding, especially because we're going after game development. In my year and a half of running the DevDAO, more than 95% of my interaction with game developers resulted in them basically saying that marketing basically says I can't use or advertise that we're involved with crypto. Like our users don't want us to say crypto. And so what we're trying to do with Serve, which I think can work well in parallel with Harmony, is we're trying to allow for developers to not even have to know that they're using crypto, that they know that they're setting up network interactions that they can inject into their game, and that they have to keep a wallet funded for that network interaction to function correctly. And so that goes for all of their users. None of their users are expected to have a wallet. The way that we're creating our documentation is instructing developers to essentially create hot wallets in the apps that they create that allows that hot wallet to only act as a account model. So it instead of storing capital or finances, it basically just says that this wallet address that you created when you installed the app is your account. Just like associated with your email, it's associated with your private keys that are held on your private machine, your laptop, your phone. And so that is your key to secure the assets that exist, but that the developer is expected to pay those gas fees and keep the games that they rate, or the games and applications that they publish, able to be interacted with from their users. And so I would offer that one of the things that we can do is essentially be a silent sister to Harmony, where we're silently onboarding people that don't want anything to do with crypto, but ultimately, in 5 years, when they realize that it's all the same, that we'll be able to actually bridge people as the kind of zeitgeist shifts to stop thinking of crypto as all of the scammers that are currently involved with it, and actually just another technology that can be corrupted by human beings. And so I think there is a pathway for us to be a mutual aid, just a different way of doing things to Harmony, and ultimately, getting to a point where we prove that this is something that can work, and Harmony just stays the path. Like, that's, I think, the best thing for everyone, is that they just keep going down the path they're going, and eventually, when we both get to that point where people realize that the blockchains are just a great way to store persistent data, which works really well for financials, but it also works for anything. That we'll get to this place where the narrative shifts. People stop thinking about the early days that we're in, and I would love very much that that's the way things go. I think it's possible, and I hope. I think,
I think that's definitely a key for onboarding. I'm realizing is people don't want to hear about this blockchain stuff. Like, they just want to, do what they want to do. So definitely that is the goal, to abstract a lot of the blockchain stuff away, so people are just kind of, doing the relevant stuff. And I wanted to ask you about account abstraction. I think that's like kind of a new development that's kind of been coming along, and I was wondering, if that's kind of are you going to be kind of using that? Is that right? Is that a new feature on Ethereum based blockchains, and are you going to be using that to develop a lot of the gaming systems and stuff?
It's definitely still going to be a major thing across all blockchains, I would say. But initially, account abstraction will be great for the other side of what we're hoping to do, which is essentially provide a very affordable computational layer for other crypto projects. And so, as much as we are targeting, traditional gaming and traditional game devs, we already have, partnerships with some of the projects on like Polygon that have migrated from Harmony that are, looking like Knights and Peasants is the main one that we're partnering with right now to provide them with essentially a more affordable computation layer, because they brought their game to Polygon, but it's not as fun because it costs more. And there's a question of basically we can provide them like an incredibly affordable option, and that would work even better with account abstraction, where we basically, instead of having a kind of relay system that we have, you would be able to give an account, like give a simple contract interaction account the ability to interact on another chain because it's the same signature, the same wallet, and you can do a lot more things more quickly when you get to that level. I think getting that to happen I think it's in line with the same kind of mentality that we have, which is like, if you have to onboard everyone into blockchain in order to do crypto, it may not work. Like, and I think that's what account abstraction allows for, is that you can have an email based blockchain interaction because there's a mechanism that would allow you to essentially create a smart contract that your wallet address would be able to own, but you'd be able to give an email server the ability to verify and reconnect you with a different wallet or a different account model to be able to interact with something that you should have ownership over, but it needs to be basically cross-referenced with an email server. And basically it puts us into a different era of just account utility that I think it's going to be very disruptive for what we need from blockchains, as is similar to like a full tilt ZK approach where we're able to do a lot more transactions in a subchain, in a sidechain kind of a way, because they can be kind of zero knowledge signed, and so we're in this sort of like Precambrian explosion where I think things are gonna, like, all of the hardships that we've all kind of faced over the last couple of years about making it easy to make to interact with blockchain stuff and have fun with it. I think a lot of it's going to become a lot more user friendly, and the ask is going to be a lot lower for rare normies to get involved. And I'm very, very hopeful about what they can do for Harmony and any network, really, just as long as we can just stay alive. What's up, Meg?
Hey, hope you still hear me, just on the way out. So, are there going to be DEXs? Will I be able to do the traditional stuff? Will I be able to earn tokens? Will I be able to swap them?
So we will have DEXs, and we're working on getting it so that you can do like easy exchanges between games and things for in-game items, and that just using the architecture that exists in blockchain for most like gaming needs. Currently, the foundation and no one has adopted to get involved with adding financial primitives to the network. So as far as like you could have a DEX that you could exchange serve for fish food, or you could do a number of things and like in a gaming kind of lens. But unless someone chooses to to actually deal with and take the initiative to launch financial primitives on Serve, then the DEX, like the idea of a DEX will kind of not make sense the same way it used to. And primarily we're going this route because it will stabilize our network. It'll also cause, you know, problems and like speculation, which is a win-lose kind of a situation. It'll make the network more easy to like remain affordable, but it'll stagnate the price in some ways that will, you know, not attract others, which is just sort of the rub of focusing on being a data layer versus the future of finance in some ways. The way that, you know, Capital will on and off ramp is based on the proposal portal. The current mission is basically we don't want people to migrate their funds onto Serve. We want them to basically exchange them to be on Serve. And so the proposal portal will be a cross-chain interaction. It'll basically be an atomic swap between other networks. And so if you want to buy Serve, you would be able to go through the proposal portal, and it will be, you know, that'll be our main focus as far as like, and in lieu of DEXs. But the idea is basically that someone will be able to take their Serve tokens and offer them for sale, and they will exchange them using a cross-chain mechanism. So they will lock up their Serve tokens. They'll be able to redeem tokens that either are bought or are allocated to be sold. So they'll basically get ETH for Serve directly on ETH and lose Serve on Serve. And that's the goal, at least initially. Long term, we do, you know, we're not opposed. Like the people who are starting the network and myself are not opposed to having DEXs and aren't opposed to having financial primitives. It does make it very difficult to operate in the US currently, and I think that's a political problem more than a legitimate problem. But yeah, I would love to see it come from the community, to be honest, that someone could just work with Layer 0 once we're established to bring over any asset and you know, do things the natural way rather than having us push it.
Are you a permissionless blockchain in terms of what could be deployed?
Yes.
Cool. You kind of worried me then until you got to the end bit where Serve tokens can be exchanged for ETH. I was a bit like, what? So it sounded like you were totally cutting out Web3 users. But it makes a bit more sense if you can't get out.
Yeah, it's in some parts it's meant to. It is not intended to. You know, it's not. It's a compromise. You know, the compromise is that we believe that this will help us operate in the U.S. more legally, and long term, it's something that anyone could jump in and bring to the network. Yeah, the proposal portal I think is going to be huge for us to be able to pull this off. That we have an early tested version of that, and it's going really nicely. It's actually the exact same code model that Michael Otis set up for FuzzFi for bridging assets, and so it works really well. I believe it'll actually empower validators in a really cool way, and I think it presents an idea that like blockchains can be more than just about money. They will facilitate. I mean, you know, all these networks facilitate financial exchange. Like we can interact with all of them. even we're working with Ergo to do like a UTXO based exchanges, because we can easily do that, and we don't need to have people bridge their liquidity. The reason that people do that is because it's financially beneficial for the network to do that, obviously, because it brings a speculative element to the network. And that's kind of goes back to our point of like what we offer is a radical lack of greed, that it does serve the network better to not have it be a speculative asset. And if we can convince 10,000 more game developers that they're not going to have to spend a lot more money in 5 years to use the network, then we actually win. And so it's a longer play, but I think it will work out, and it will put us in a safer bet.
Maybe I'm missing something here, but because I was rugging with the signal, sorry, I stepped outside, and I'm in a country like you, so I'm sure you understand. So the game sites that actually deploy on Serve, they take in fiat, they're taking in money in exchange for playing the games, and the users get to play the games. Or am I missing something there?
It broke up a little bit, but can you say that one more time?
The people who deploy the games on Serve, they take in fiat money for people to play the games, and the users simply exchange money for playing the games. Oh, me, Dal, I can't hear you. I think I'm bugging.
Oh, sorry, that was me. I was muted. So basically, yes. The developers are expected to be the go-between between the blockchain and the end users. Like essentially, the developer will decide how they can monetize their users, and they will need to figure out some mechanism to monetize their users, and the actual game will be subsidized by the developer in that way. So when they are like, it can easily be, you sell a $10 game and your users can use the network in some limited sense, and the more that you
So the users are just consumers then?
Yeah,
the developers make all the money. The users don't make any money. They're just consumers.
I mean, there's ways that you still get the same benefits of blockchain. So there is, the easy ability for you to, like, one of the biggest things that we're targeting is like the ability to pay users for achieving high scores, or for speed runs. Your account model can still work the same way as a crypto wallet if you have, like, essentially a more experienced user. You can get to that point where you're essentially helping them actually onboard into Web3 through your games. And so if you're going to say, like, user, OX 1111111, whatever it is, you just won $1,000. You can actually just get it from the wallet that you have. It can be $1,000 worth of ETH, whatever it is. You just actually connect your wallet to a different way, or your account. You can connect your game to a way to actually render that money, because under the hood, it's still a Web3 game. It's just hiding it from the users because they don't understand crypto, or they don't understand, private keys. And so it's not.
You see where I'm coming from, though, don't you? Because before you were talking about the Harmony community, yeah, if there's no, and you've mentioned like a play to win, that model can be incorporated. So I suppose it does depend a lot on what the games actually deploy it as. But if you take that out of the equation, you're not actually addressing the Harmony community as a whole. You're addressing the validators, you're addressing the developers, but not actually holders. Maybe stakers if you have staking.
In some ways, yes. That is a it becomes up to the developer, you know, how much they want to make it, you know, Web3 focused. I'll say, but like legitimately, Web3 projects should use Serve as well. Like, so there is there's the target of where we think there is a big blue ocean of users that are actually wanting to have the ability to, like, I mean, even to the point of like, let's say that someone buys my game that I'm making on Serve using $10 on Apple Pay. They just pay me, you know, $10. They have a copy of the game that I've sold them. They can have a decentralized ownership model at that point. Like, that $10 that they paid me, I essentially assume that I only made $7 on it because of Apple's authoritarian rule. And so they take $3, I take $7. The user gets an NFT that actually proves that they own the game. That's not just tied to their Apple ID, but it's tied to the wallet address that they've generated in my app. They can sell that game, and then whoever wants to can install it, you know, prove that they actually own it and not have to pay Apple $10, in which I lose $3. And so there's still like the benefit, there's that direction that we're aiming for, that there's what I believe there is a large number of gamers that are, you know, interested in the ability to buy and sell their games, and even just to have a new kind of paradigm in that way. But that doesn't take away from the fact that, you know, we're partnering with the Web3 environment. We're just, it occurs to me that for the last, you know, several years, we've all been talking about growing adoption. And in some ways, I'm of the opinion that we should serve the community as best we can, but the adoption may not come in the way that we think it will. That we may need to actually change the way we think about things in order to gain that adoption, and that we should just serve these two markets that exist. That's kind of where my belief structures come from what we're trying to do with it. It's not intended to be seen as taking a step back from what we attempt to offer with blockchain. It's intended to, like, you know, widen our view of where we intend to deliver value. We want to deliver it here where people have shown up and that they get it and that they're smart enough to handle, you know, private keys and all of these things. And we also want to just deliver it somewhere else where we can have a different paradigm, a different kind of monetization scheme, and a different like thing, but it's still, you know, changing the dynamic of, you know, even just to be able to resell your games when you bought them on an Apple device. It's kind of a strange concept.
So to kind of sum it up in my words a little bit, and Ed, feel free to correct me if you think it, like, this is just kind of my own impression, is kind of like Serve protocol is kind of like a builder's paradise, an experienced user paradise, and then Harmony protocol could be a new user paradise or onboarding kind of paradise kind of thing. And I'm just trying to get into the purpose now. And then Community DAO, the purpose of the Community DAO is to basically onboard people, and maybe experienced users or developers can be filtered into the Serve protocol, and they can work on dApps that they bring back over to the Harmony protocol kind of dynamic.
Yeah, and I'd go as far to say that, you know, some projects may be better focusing on Web3 and not on this, alternative of what I'm foreseeing the future goes. And some will make more sense to not even like mention Web3 or to talk about blockchains at all, but still have the technical, like, it goes back to the same principle around, like, the way Apple markets products. They don't talk about tech. They don't talk about the specs. They even make up words to avoid describing them. And I think that's worked. And so for some people, they just want to buy a really nice, Asus laptop with the best specs that can play the game they want to play. And some people want to be told what problems, this piece of hardware will solve for them. And they don't really need to know what kind of, technology is technically in it. They just want to know it's a Retina display. Oh, so it's really fine, like my eyes. Oh, neat, cool. Jeff Goldblum noses.
For sure. But I was kind of under the impression that the Serve protocol was not going to be as user friendly. It was going to be a little more made for developers or advanced users. Is that right or no?
I mean, inherently, it will be a little bit, rugged to start. But I think eventually it is aimed to be indistinguishable from any other blockchain. We're mostly just changing the dialogue around putting that at the forefront of what we're offering. Like, at the forefront of what we're offering is, a data layer. And then the next things that we want to talk about depends on what customers we're talking to. And so as far as, like, I don't intend for us to remain, rough around the edges perpetually. But, initially it works in our benefit to just say, like, we're here to work with developers. We've created this smart contract deployment portal, so that developers don't have to know a lot about blockchain in order to get the benefits of blockchain. And so, that makes it, in my mind, that it works better to do that. Like, there's a lot of things that you can do with the technology when you're working with developers that you can't really do as easily when you're working with end users. But it's not a limitation exactly, though, because ultimately, what I would say that every person that has installed MetaMask and has, interacted with blockchain games or dApps these are power users. These are not like your standard run-of-the-mill person, to be honest. It takes a certain level of intelligence to deal with that much complication. And so, yeah, I think that's how I would frame it. It's not so much that we want to exclusively offer our services to developers, but I think that they make great power users, and they have within them to interact with, in some cases, thousands to millions of users because of the software that they deploy. And what's up, Meg?
I swear I'm missing something here, because you said Web3 gaming shouldn't be about, maybe I've got this wrong as well, but Web3 gaming shouldn't be about greed. But it seems like the validators are making money because they can sell their serve, and it seems like the developers are making money. So it's an interesting conversation, because I do speak to a game dev sometimes, and he's very much the classifications of, I mean, you're a game dev yourself, but the classifications of Web3 gaming, the way he kind of classified it was kind of like a specialist gaming thing. So I do get the difference between most users and kind of the Web3 users. I do get that.
Yeah. So, I mean, greed is an intrinsic part of, like, the human experience. So I would just say that, greed is a game mechanic. Greed is a thing that makes you want to grind in, EverQuest or, any of these games. And so it's an interactive element that people who make interactive things use to make the experience more enjoyable or to make the experience more meaningful. And so like that's one of the things that like makes kind of meme coins a game of sorts, is that people are, for one reason or another, brought to believe that this is a thing that will serve them, like that will make them money, that they're playing with the greed that they have and the money that they have to possibly bring the two things closer to each other. And so it's not like, that goes back to the idea that like that the gamers or the people who serve games are just consumers. I think that it's up to developers to actually make it enticing in ways that will be clear to the people who find their way into their game. And so, in my opinion, a good developer will make in-game items that you don't have to pay for, something that people lust over. And if that's the case, and any user has the ability to technically own those items that these developers are creating a lust for using their system, that means that one user will have it and one user will want it, and that will resolve itself in the open market.
It's because just because a Web3 gamer wants some type of return from how they play the game doesn't particularly make them greedy. It's just a different type of game, as opposed to you buy a game for $50 or $60 or whatever it is now, probably $100. Someone's hot micing. You buy the game, you have an experience. That's one aspect to it. But a Web3 gamer, whether or not they make money, whether they lose money, that's all part of the game. And actually owning those assets, how you play the game to acquire different assets, that's, for some gamers, it doesn't make them greedy. It's just that's the game they like to play, and that's the game they're presented with. And I think a lot of Web3 gamers actually do like that they own their assets in a game, rather than just owning the rights to play a game. I don't know if I'm getting the message wrong, but I don't think that makes them greedy. It's just a unique, as my friend said, it's a specialized gaming sector.
So I just want to make it clear around that. I don't think greed is a bad term. I think it's even to the point of like wanting isn't a bad term. Like that's kind of what I mean. And the ability to own your in-game items or own the actual, I might have to get off here in a second. You're definitely intended to be owning the things that you own in game, and you're intending to be able to be greedy, however you want to put it. I think that's a reasonable. That's a part of gaming. When you're playing Settlers of Catan, you want to amass all the sheep, and you want to do this is game mechanics. These are just enjoyable aspects of what makes the game riveting in one way or another. And so I'm just saying that the developers are in charge of that, and crafting that world and making that enticing for their users, and to what end and how they make that directly correlatable to financial exchange is up to the developers more directly. Like the same proposal portal will be available to in-game items, and so you'll be able to exchange an epic sword for a fraction of ETH or any USDC or whatever it is. It's just a matter of saying that it doesn't happen on this chain. Like, we're not trying to, like, the items live here and they can directly exchange with financial primitives, but we're not focusing on financial primitives. That's all.
One thing that's tough too is that when dealing with this coding and stuff, there's literally just so many possibilities, and like you can make a game, you can design a game in like so many different ways that are financialized and benefit community members, or it's just maybe a pure game. And it's kind of up to the market to like, or people to kind of do what they want to do and what they think is best, or play whatever they think is the most fun. And I think it goes like I'm gonna I'm gonna bring it back to the DAOs and stuff too a little bit. I think it goes the same for DAOs and how they're set up. Like you can have different. There's a bunch of different types of DAOs and different setups, and it kind of comes down to what is the DAO doing, what's their purpose, and so I guess maybe a question I'd like to open up is. As the Harmony Community DAO, or Harmonauts DAO is also part of this space. What is like I guess the purpose, and what like, and how can we set it up? Like Ed was talking about roles earlier, and I think roles are super important, but and it's really like I'm all for roles. Like that's when I started doing governor stuff. Like that was the first thing I was kind of interested in establishing. And but yeah, I think purpose can inform what roles are needed. And yeah, any more thoughts on the DAO's purpose? Sorry to redirect the conversation so monstrously.
Yeah, I was for a second. I was like, wait, how do I answer this? Is this a bit directed to me? No, this is not directed to me. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that ultimately, I want to kind of just wrap it all in a bow. That we're all here to bring value to others and to bring value to ourselves. So when I brought to the table this idea of roles that people can play, it's in some way it's from the not like the co-op that I work with, that I've seen this be extremely effective to have roles, and how it basically empowers groups of individuals to take rapid and successive action on what needs to be done for the greater good of the order. And so if the question of like, where do we go from here, I think it should, I'm really enthused by the way the questions are being asked. Like, what does this do for the Harmony community, for the community that we are, which I must say, some members that I would consider to be the Harmony community have left, and rightfully so in some cases. And so I think that's a part of why we're dealing with this fractured state, is that there's a lot of people that we've kind of come up with and become a part of a community with, that are in different countries, they're in different currencies, they're in different states of financial status and mental status, financial, like not financial, but like career status. And so in some ways, I'm bringing this to the table, bringing the idea of roles, bringing the idea of just reformation of what we're doing together around that question of like, what are we doing here? And how is it bringing value to everyone's lives? And I think that being biased and thinking of ourselves in some maximalist stance, because we have the name Harmony in our organizations, I think it limits us. That we can end up bringing more value to the people who we consider to be our community if we don't have it be centered around just this network, that way. What are we doing here? We are creating value for each other.
I can answer that question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm here to support you, Raj. I'm here to support Affirmation. I'm here to support Buttheads. That's why I came, because I'm made aware of it, because I know this is important to you, and you're passionate about it. So I'm here to support you. In terms of I am a member of the Harmony community. Like it, love it, tough. I'm not a member of the Harmony community now. So I can abstain from all the things. Like I say, I wish you all the best. It's been a fascinating conversation. I hope you do define those roles. But yeah, I'm here to support you guys, as you know.
Wait, what do you mean you're not a member of the community now? You're in the Discord and you're making suggestions to make events and stuff. What are you talking about?
I shield the her space in the community DAO Discord.
Yeah.
That's all I've done. That's all I've done in months.
Sounds like community member action to me.
No, no. Okay, marketing, right? Okay, that's a space in which I'm co-hosting with Buttheads tomorrow. The Harmony ecosystem roundup. So I'm promoting that space within your Discord. I haven't participated in months. We speak all the time. Well, maybe not all the time.
No, you're a member.
I'm not a member. When I resigned, but I'm still a member of the Discord. So what I'm saying is what you guys do as a DAO is kind of, DAOs is kind of up to you guys. But whatever you do, I support you because I know that everyone actually in this room is doing it for the right reasons. And I like Serve as well because I know Ed has noble reasons to do it. So I appreciate that. So I support the people in this room, including Ed and including Rob. But
thanks, Megalodon, for all the support, man. And
I appreciate I appreciate the support you give me. That's why I'm here. You know, when I did my spaces, Affirmation was there all the time. Raj, we've done spaces together. You were in the spaces too. You got to support people who support you in this space. That's what I truly believe in. That's part of what it might not be written down anywhere in Web3. It's not a specific guideline or anything, but that's part of having a decentralized community. It doesn't matter what country you're in. It doesn't matter what blockchain you're on. It's you support each other. As for the DAO thing, what I will say is the good thing you did, Raj, or what we did was we secured the multi-sig, so the funds are safe. Consider that a success in itself because that was not an easy task to get all those signatures signed over to people who are responsible for the money. What you guys do with it after that, that's kind of up to you. And what Ed does with the Dev DAO, pretty much it's a big task as well. It's a big task. So I wish you all luck. I'll watch from the sidelines. I'll be here. I'll be present. I'll support.
No, yeah, and Megalodon, thanks for coming through to all these spaces and retweeting and asking people to retweet and bringing up excellent talking points, asking great questions, and Affirmation. I mean, thanks for holding it down too. I mean, you're a poster creation phenomenon. You're going at it and making all these amazing visuals and promoting the spaces, getting the word out. So props to both of you and everyone here really for participating and just listening and taking part. And it's honestly this is some of the best conversations Harmony community wise we've had in a long time. So I'm glad we all made it together here, and hopefully we can Affirmation and I can work together on getting another space going. I think monthly sounds pretty reasonable. I'm not sure how you feel about that, Affirmation, but I think if there's a community here that personally, I like the idea of the Harmony community kind of being user friendly and the Serve community kind of being a little more on the technical end, and maybe the two can kind of work with each other, help each other, because when you're developing, getting community feedback and stuff is probably the most valuable stuff you can do with with the development time. So yeah, just kind of some thoughts on moving forward, what I'm kind of envisioning. But yeah, affirmation. I haven't heard from you in a while. Are you still there? Perhaps not. But yeah, no, I'm definitely think the Serve protocol has a lot to offer the Harmony community, and yeah, I think there's a future there moving forward. So yeah, thanks Ed for coming on the space and telling us all about it. I don't know how do you? I think we've had a pretty solid community discussion. I think maybe we can start wrapping it up. Did anyone have any like final thoughts or anything before we kind of wrap up the space?
Yeah, I've got a few thoughts, and I'll keep it brief. First of all, with Serve, there's no point having any animosity between that community and the Harmony community at all, because collaboration is about collaboration. You've got to remember how small blockchain is, let alone like how small Harmony is or Serve is. We're all on the same side, so there's no point fighting each other in any way, shape, or form, because we're all trying to solve the same problems. It might go about a different way, but that's different. As for the DAOs, I often view them, at the minute, they're a little bit like parents. Ed was saying it before, like the kids are playing up at the minute, and not to like describe the people as children, but in terms of, it's like the community DAO is on its own. So the children have grown up. Okay, they've gone off, they've done their own thing, but the community DAO always has to be here. It always has to be that voice, that comfort thing. So actually, it's not like parents, it's like a parent's home. So it's a place in which people can come and go and leave and stay, but you always seem to have it active, even if it's just a Discord where people can pop in. If someone's got some type of real issue, you know what I mean? There's someone on hand. If the least that you can do is that's an accomplishment, and if you get abused by it, then that's just part of being a parent. But not to describe people as children. I came all wrong.
No, that's I like that angle. It's like that kind of it's like the bedrock, it's like reliable, it's there, it's kind of the support or maybe not.
Yeah, it just needs to exist to provide something. It doesn't have to be your star player, but just to exist, to keep it going is something in itself.
One thing I'd like to, I've kind of been interested in since, the AI developments and stuff like that is just putting it under the control of like AI and having it, this is a little kind of in the clouds thoughts, a lot of work would be involved in doing something like this. But yeah, just like, actually have a DAO be more DAO-ish, like more autonomous. AI kind of like can do stuff and then kind of get input from like the forums or something like that and votes to implement some automated changes. But yeah, that's all very
it's not beyond the realms of possibility. If you take somebody who's highly professional in business, that's literally what they're doing. They're operating within a series of set parameters, giving certain responses, which is not going to like offend anybody or cross any rules or get you sued, or you know what I mean. That type of the whole thing based on a structure. It's not. It's just a person doing it instead of like basically AI doing it. It's very easy. You could even get AI to host spaces. It's just the interaction thing is a little bit difficult at the minute with where AI is at. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. And it will be the future as well, particularly in terms of customer service. I mean, how many customer service interactions do we have now that are actually AI and non-human?
Yeah, definitely. And it's only going to get better. So, yeah, this is the worst it's going to be.
We don't need to pay AI as well. Remember that. I mean, it works for free. So.
Right. All right. And Anunnaki, any thoughts from this conversation? Has anything from you?
I don't really know. I mean, I do have thoughts on building on Harmony, but I don't know yet. I got some stuff that I'm thinking on, but it's not like set in stone.
Awesome. Definitely. Like, what did you think of the idea of Serve protocol kind of being more developer oriented, and then Harmony protocol kind of being more end user oriented, or something like that?
I don't know. I'm not good. I was listening, but I don't really.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's a kind of, I'm putting you on the spot, so no worries. Thanks for coming up though and joining and listening in. Again, community participation is like key. Thanks for bringing it today, guys, and Ed, thank you for coming in and going over Serve protocol, how it can help the Harmony community, and how we can possibly work together moving forward. So, and Megalodon, what's up?
Don't forget Infinite as well. It was key before.
Infinite is always coming in with like amazing thoughts and ideas, and I'm really glad he has kind of been coming to the spaces and become part of the Harmony community and the Peace Hands community too. So thanks Infinite Orbit for spending your time with us and contributing your ideas. That's like you got 5 stars in my book. So thank you, man.
And look, quickly, congratulations on the space you did before as well with the $500 hog giveaway. That's awesome. So
thanks, Affirmation.
Good for you. Affirmation, whoever's involved, you buttheads, Affirmation.
100%, man. Yeah, no, that was actually a lot of fun. I really enjoyed kind of that. I think it's good too. It's like everyone can kind of have fun, kind of learn a little more. I think it's like I don't know. Hog did, but he donated his winnings to the second and third place.
Did I come second or third?
No, I'm sorry, man. You came in like oh shit, like fifth, I think.
I was only there for 3 questions though, so it's not too bad.
You're at least not. Let's see. It was Hog got 6 points, Wells got 3 points, Ray got 2 points, and then you're actually in 4th place, Megalodon. You almost made it into the money.
By answering 3 questions, yep. Okay, so if I wasn't in work for like 85% of that quiz, I'd have kicked your ass. Just gonna put that down.
That's everyone agrees on that. I mean, that's what we were kind of debating whether to just give it to you because you would have won anyway.
I think that's highly. You should have done that. Shame on you.
Yeah.
No, well, it's probably better you don't, because I just gone, oh well, I'll LP it then.
Well, we gotta, the LPs are good. That's all. That's the liquidity. We want that liquidity, baby.
It is, and then whoever put $500 up though, worth of Hog. Come on, well done.
500 Hog, not $500 worth of Hog. Easy there.
Oh, right. Oh, that makes a bit more sense now. I thought he read $500 worth of Hog.
No, that's a lot. That's a lot.
I was gonna say, that's like okay.
Even I expect a lot more participation with that. It's like you guys got to earn that.
No, it's really good though. And yeah, look, thanks for the spaces. Continue your space doing the Seed Out space, you and Affirmation. Buttheads does his space on Sunday. There's a her space tomorrow. If you want to join that, please join. Continue your Peace Ant spaces as well, Raj. And we'll do a space again as well, like we discussed. We'll throw one up sometime, eh?
Absolutely. And yeah, just a reminder, the her space is going on tomorrow. So there's questions in the bulletin board. So if you click on the link there, there's a Google form and you can just put some questions in and ask the core team. So that's how, yeah, we're communicating through Twitter spaces. So let's go, guys. Thanks so much for joining, everyone. And yeah, look forward till the next time. Keep posted and we will let you know when we're having the next super space. Thanks, guys.
Make sure you follow the Seed Out as well if you haven't already.
Yeah, we dipped below 6,000 for a bit, but then we went above it again. So now we're that's our current what's that called in trading? It's our hold level, or what's it called, guys? Platform, buying zone.
All right, goodbye, everyone.
All right.
See you, everybody.
Support. It's called support zone.
Support level. That's our support. 6,000. All right, guys. Have a good one. Peace.